Slido. For the purpose of this game, we would please encourage you to use your actual names because we have gifts at the end of the games. So it would be nice to know who we are giving games to. I've seen a lot of familiar faces. I'm excited to be here. Who's excited to be here today? Let me hear some excitement in the house. I know it's early, but we're excited.
We are. So please make sure you put your names, your government name. Anonymous does not count.
No.
Because we can't give a gift to anonymous. So make sure you put your name. And do it now, because when you see the gift, you don't want to feel like, oh, I should have put my name. So make sure you put your full name so we can find you after.
What sessions are we excited for today? What sessions are you excited for? Real estate, finance,
Branding,
investing.
Construction.
Pardon me?
Construction.
Okay, I see you're trying to, because we were talking about building ourselves this kind of edifice, so we found our contractor. Thank you so much for coming out today. We'll be getting to you later. The quote has been sent, so once we sign it, we'll call you. What else? Who else is excited? What other session are you excited for? Traveling and real estate. Pardon me? Entrepreneurship, I like that. What else? Hospitality, okay. I'm beginning to get a feel of what we are here for, and I'm happy to tell you that you will not be disappointed. We have industry-leading experts in the house today, and they will be sharing a lot of their knowledge. These people will not be shy. They will not hold back. They will make sure they set us up for the year 2025.
All right. We have a game that we're going to play today. So I want everyone to bring out their phones. Make sure you put your full name as we mentioned. We're going to get started in a few moments. Now, the questions are around very interesting topics. So don't be afraid. It's not going to be too difficult. I'm not making promises, but it's not going to be too difficult. All right.
Quick one. I see there's a lot of empty spaces in front of us. Why? Do I look scary? Does she look scary? I'd like you to please, if you can, just fill any empty seat in front of you. We're trying to have a more connected and intimate conversation today, so it would be nice to be able to reach you directly and not have to come all the way to the back. So please, just encourage us to move forward. If the seat is not reserved, it is for you. If the seat doesn't have reserved on it, it has your name on it. So please, if you can move forward, move closer to the stage. I know it will help you hear us better because we have speakers, but to help us connect better with you so we can actually have a better experience. Thank you for moving forward. And for those that have not moved forward, what else do I need to tell you to move forward? Please.
Maybe we should give them a Bentley.
Yeah, maybe there's a Bentley parked outside, so maybe
We'll give you the keys first.
Mm-hmm.
Take a bold step. Come
Take
on,
a
it's
bold step.
algorithm, right?
It's algorithm.
If you have to pitch yourself to Jeff Bezos, you're not going to be sitting at the back
Nope.
seat.
Nope.
So,
If Elon Musk is in this building right now, you are sitting right beside him. So let's assume, and we know the King of Kings is here, so why not sit closer to the stage? Thank you for moving forward. Thank you, everybody. So at least when people come in later, they don't have to disrupt. They can just fill the space as we go. We have almost 1,000 people registered, so best believe more people are coming.
thank you. Thank you, everyone, for taking that big step forward. All right. I think we can get started with the game.
Yes.
Anyone ready to win a prize?
Who is ready?
Come on, I know it's cold outside. Anyone ready to win a prize? All right, so let's get started. Thank you.
I'm seeing somebody with the name Jay. If Jay wins a prize, we won't give Jay.
Okay.
So you have 15 seconds to answer each question. Fastest finger first. Question number 1 is up right now. We have our answers. What is the primary program for skilled workers to immigrate to Canada? Some people said family sponsorship. Maybe you run a family business that we don't know, so they're like, you know what, come run it. Yes, we want to see what's leading.
Let's see what's leading.
Oh,
Louisa, number one.
Louisa. Okay, Louisa she answered in less than 7 seconds. Fastest finger first. I like that. Lovely, lovely.
So remember, it's not enough to get the answer right. You have to do it quickly.
Very quickly.
So let's see if anyone can beat Louisa. Next question. Who is the Minister of Immigration in Canada?
There are many familiar names here.
We're preparing you for your citizenship test.
Exactly. You're getting ready to take that oath. Some people said Doug Ford. Doug Ford or Ford Motors or which one? Olivia, she goes to all the events, doesn't mean she's... That's the mayor of Toronto. Who said John Tory? Really? Wow. Louisa, you're getting a run for that position right now. Dami Adekoya is leading. Efosai comes second. All right. Let's do the next one. This one is actually, yeah. Are we ready to see the answer for who's leading? Okay. Alberta is open. Come to Alberta. We that live in Toronto, we judge people who live in Toronto that move to Alberta. But like you couldn't take the tax. You couldn't take the heat, so you left. Efosa is back. Efosa, okay.
Efosa is ready.
Efosa came ready. I like that. Dan A has been trailing. Louisa is still here. Fumbi is a new entrant. Welcome. Next question. When is Canada Day?
This one.
This one?
If you get it wrong.
If you miss it, what should we do to them? Do we send them back? Back to back?
To your home country.
Wow.
Some people actually chose June 1st.
June. So for the July 4 people, we know you are trying to be American and this is your pathway. Unfortunately, somebody is there right now that might not make it happen. Who said June 1st?
I actually want to know who that person.
Your status will be reviewed.
On shaky ground.
Efosa is still leading. Dan is following closely. Fumbi is making giant strides. Louisa, you can't just fall out. Come on. Dami Adekoya, okay? Let's go. If you miss this one, remember, fastest finger first. I'm impressed nobody says study permit. At least you know you're on the right side of the law. And for those that say permanent residency card, show me where you've had to tap your PR card to get into work every day. I want to know such organizations. Work permit. Okay, we're getting there. Who came here on work permit? Okay, you don't have to raise your hands. Thank you. Next. Efosa is defending.
No one is ready to dethrone Efosa today.
Efosa and Dan, they are following each other. I like this. Dami Adekoya too. Now we have a new entrant, Ezekiel. Ezekiel, welcome to the table. Hopefully you can last. Next.
This is a CCI question.
This is a CCI question. For non-CCI members, the Holy Spirit will tell you what to do.
The battle line has been drawn.
It has been drawn. So for those who chose number 1, we'll be handing you membership cards after so that you can join us. Wow.
Dan.
Efosa.
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 You need
Eat
to
rice.
reconsider your membership.
Efosa, eat rice, eat rice. Amaka, welcome to the group. Great, welcome to the group. Yes, this makes us know he's thinking about their future.
Oh, you're using all your money for bubble tea.
Okay. I mean, the name already gave away the answer. I like that nobody, GIC, nobody chose GIC, TFSA. Who doesn't have any of these investment tools? Please, before the end of this weekend, please create one.
Our finance masterclass will actually be talking on this topic
yes,
in depth. So make sure, if you're in the 19%, make sure you join that masterclass.
And the 5% too.
Actually.
Wow, Dan, I like that. Ezekiel jumped. Efosa is still fighting. Toffee, welcome. Toffee, welcome. Okay.
Efosa, you can still do it.
We believe in you.
Don't take no for an answer.
If you missed this one, we know how you got into this country.
Elijah led these things. The 3%.
These are the issues.
College of Immigration and
These
Citizenship
are the
Consultants.
issues.
Come on.
Come on.
Is that correct?
VAR. VAR. We need to go confirm. For regulating immigration consultants.
Wow. See? This is why it's very important.
That's why it's very important to read.
Because I was ready to.
I jumped already. I jumped into conclusion.
See?
I was part of the 89%. I can tell you that for free. Dan, Ezekiel, Efosa, Frank, welcome to the conversation. We don't know how long you stay, but welcome. Fumbi is holding on. 2 more questions to go. The pressure is getting what?
Westa.
The pressure is getting
Westa.
next.
No expo.
ChatGPT is
No
not
asking a
allowed.
friend.
Ontario is popular, doesn't mean it's the biggest.
See, I think in Canada, people from Ontario think that Ontario is the center of Canada.
Exactly. By the way, that year on Twitter, when they ask people for their location, Ontario in Jesus' name. And they're in Lagos. So maybe those are the people that thought, Dan. Dan is defending very strongly. Jack just jumped to third. We didn't see Jack coming. Fumbi, come on. Okay. Someone said Fumbi, don't fumble. Now we are going to the grand finale.
The last question.
The last question.
This is your opportunity. Efosa, you can still do it. Jack,
Dan, I'm behind you.
you can do it. Dan,
Dan, don't fall my hand, though.
all the best.
Okay. Now we know that everybody here needs the entrepreneurship class. So if you chose owning a Canadian passport, join the class. Secure the business mentor, join the class. Speaking only English in a country that is officially bilingual, officially. And then we have so many other nationalities here doing business. And you say it's only English? Okay, are we ready? Are we ready to see the results? Yes. Wait, before we go, who do you think will win? Who do you think will win? Dan, you're having a lot of fans. Who is here for Efosa? Efosa, you're not safe. Okay, let's get the results. Drum roll. All of a sudden, technical, what's happening? Yeah! We have our winners! Jack. Jack is the person that shocked me the most.
I know, from nowhere.
From nowhere. Who's Jack?
Jack. Woo!
Wow.
Is that your name?
Jack, you don't have fans, but we love you. Dan, where are you?
Dan, do you want
Dan
to
A.
wave your hand so we know who you are?
Oh, Dan is over there.
Oh, let's give him a round of applause.
For Dan.
Come on, guys. We have a gift for you, Dan. Do you mind just coming
First,
forward?
second, and third. Ezekiel, where's Ezekiel?
Come on, guys.
Congrats.
Let's give a big round of applause.
A round of applause for them. Please come quickly to get your gifts.
Ezekiel, please come forward. And Jack as well. Please come forward for your
Please,
gift.
Jack, Dan, and Ezekiel, come grab your gifts. Yes.
To Dan, our first number one. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congrats.
All right.
Congrats. Ezekiel. There you go. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks
Let's
for
give him
coming.
a round of applause,
Round of
everyone.
applause.
And for Jack, thank you for participating.
Thank you all for participating.
Welcome
All right, how many of us
to Algorithm 2025, where business innovation meets real-world impact. Get ready for an event that will ignite your ideas, expand your network, and elevate your career to the next level. Over the next few hours, you're going to experience a carefully curated lineup designed for visionaries like you. Whether you're an entrepreneur, a budding professional, or someone simply looking to level up your skills, Algorithm has something for everyone. Here's a glimpse of what you can expect. Choose from 8 exclusive masterclass sessions, each led by industry experts. Dive deep into the latest trends, tools, and strategies that are shaping the future of business today. The best part? You get to choose the sessions that resonate with your career goals and aspirations. We are bringing you 2 powerhouse keynote speakers who are redefining success in their fields. Their stories, insights, and expertise will leave you inspired and ready to take on your next challenge with confidence. But that's not all. The industry chats are the perfect opportunity for you to connect with like-minded professionals, mentors, and innovators. It's your chance to make lasting connections that could lead to collaborations, partnerships, or even the next big steps in your career. We are all about making you shine. Get a professional headshot that will take your personal brand to the next level. Whether you're updating your LinkedIn profile or prepping for the next big opportunity, we got you covered. Need to polish your resume? Visit our Resume Clinic, where experts will help you craft the perfect CV that stands out from the crowd. A sharp resume can open doors, and we're here to help you make the best first impression. Lastly, our Business Showcase gives you a front row seat to the latest innovations and cutting-edge products from some of the most exciting companies today. Discover new ideas, build partnerships, and take your business knowledge to the next level. So, get ready to unlock your potential, make meaningful connections, and walk away with invaluable knowledge that will shape the future of your career and business. It's all here at Algorithm. Now, let me introduce the incredible minds that would be our hosts for today. Please join me in welcoming your hosts for this year's conference. Pastor Int'l Bankole and Gabriel Odesoyan, visionaries, leaders, and pioneers in their own right, who are committed to bringing you an unforgettable experience. Enjoy the journey and let's make Algorithm 2025 the start of something extraordinary.
Welcome.
All right, we are in for an amazing time. Welcome everyone to Algorithm 2025. Make some noise. All right.
If it's your first algorithm, let me see by the raise of hands. You're here for a great time. I'm happy to see we have a lot of new faces here. Thank you for coming out here. It is a packed day. There's a lot to offer. I've seen a lot of our speakers are here and the facilitators. So sit back, relax, and I hope you brought your writing materials.
All right, so some housekeeping rules for us just so that we're all in one accord today and we know what to do. If you need the washrooms are at the far end of the auditorium, so at the back. If you also need water to drink, we have a water fountain just right beside the washroom, so you can refill your bottles, or there will be cups there for you as well to get water. Please remember, no eating in the auditorium. You can have coffee, you can have water inside this room, but we are asking that you do not bring food into this place. We have a cafeteria just right by that door. If you need to eat, there's a cafeteria there. We also have 2 vendors that will be selling food, but please note that there should be no eating in this auditorium. Also, in Algorithm Conference, we have vendors from different businesses that will be showcasing their businesses in the lobby. So make sure you stop by at a desk, ask them questions, purchase a thing or 2. Also, by show of hands, I want everyone to just raise their tag. If you have a tag on that you're wearing, I just want to see. Everyone has a tag. Yes, awesome. So I want you to flip to the back. Just flip it. You'll see a QR code at the back. Now, this QR code has everything that you need in this event. It has the floor plan in case you need to find where the master classes are. It has the agenda for today as well. It has the information of the speakers that will be talking to you and their bio information so that you can make an informed decision on where you want to go. When you coming in this morning, you might have received a tag. If you don't have a tag, just look at the QR code at the back and make a decision on where you would like to go. And the final housekeeping information that I have for you today is that the resume clinic and the headshots are ongoing. If you'd like someone to review your resume, just make sure you go to the resume clinic. If you didn't register for one and you would still like your resume to be reviewed, you can go to the front desk and register. The headshots as well are ongoing. Make sure you go get your headshots before 3:30 p.m. as the headshot session will be closing at that time. All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are we? Come on, that's a very...
That sounded like 4.
Sounds like a 4.
Yeah, let's take it to a 7. Are you excited to be here today? Are you more excited than the people watching online? Please, let's welcome our online audience. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you all for joining. I know people are joining from all over Canada. People personally told me to join from London, Ontario. We have people joining from Montreal. We have people joining from Alberta. So thank you for taking out this time on your Saturday morning to join us and be part of it. There's no distance in the spirit, so I know whatever it is we're learning here, you also will get the same value wherever you're watching from. So welcome.
All right. A quick reminder, please. If you registered for the resume clinic, please make sure you go for your slot. It's important if you're coming to an event like this and you brought your resume and you want someone to look at it, it's important that you take advantage of the opportunities that are available to you. So please make sure you go to the resume clinic. All right, so I will be giving a quick welcome address to everyone before we start to set the tone for our activities today. Again, welcome to Algorithm 2025. This is where innovation meets impact. And for many of us in the room, maybe you are a seasoned professional or you are just starting out in your career. Wherever you are in your journey, I can assure you that you are in the right place. We have curated today to set you up for success with a variety of speakers, with a variety of information that would set you up for success. Now, the Algorithm Conference is an initiative of Celebration Church International, and this conference was established by our visionary leader, Apostle Emmanuel Aaron, as a strategic methodology to further help and empower career and business professionals with practical insights that is rooted in faith principles. So this year, we are taking things to the next level with a more comprehensive curriculum and an enhanced service offering that is tailored to your needs. I saw a lot of hands for people saying that this is their first algorithm. We've been running algorithm for 3 years, I believe. And in this event today, we are taking things a notch higher to further equip you with everything that you need. We've added finance, content creation, brand management, entrepreneurship to help you as a professional and as a career person. Now, I want you to imagine for a moment that your career or your business is like an algorithm, and it operates like an algorithm. The output and the input, with the input being coming to events like this, taking advantages of opportunities, and then the magic of everything coming together and aligning together for your own strategic advancement. The transformation that you're going to experience today will set you up for success. And similar to how an algorithm works, it thrives on learning, it thrives on innovation, and it thrives on adaptation. So today's conference is a key instrument in unlocking that journey for you, wherever you might be in your career or in your business. Maybe you're here because you feel stuck in a loop of an endless cycle of job applications or an endless cycle of trying to figure out what you want to do. Or maybe you're here as a seasoned professional looking for the next big thing to focus on. You are in the right place. But here's the secret that I want everyone to take away today. In this journey, you are not alone. Take a moment and look at the person beside you. Take a moment and look at them. In this room, I see someone staring in the eyes of somebody. Look, but don't look too much. In this room, we are surrounded by wealth of knowledge, starting with you, the attendees. You bring a unique blend of enthusiasm, skill set that will add value to this event. So it's important that you remember to network. Don't just see the person beside you as not being able to provide value to you. Make connections with somebody that you do not know. Talk to somebody new. Exchange LinkedIn contacts. Exchange information. But beyond the brilliance in the room, we have and we are honored to have industry leaders from all across diverse, various fields. They are coming with the wealth of their knowledge, with the wealth of their experiences to set you up for success. Their journeys filled with challenges, filled with triumphs, filled with lessons learned, will equip you for your own journey as you continue. They will provide you with the tools, with the strategies, and everything that you need for success. So please make sure you take advantage of every opportunity that comes your way today. As we embark on this transformative journey together, I want to encourage you to embrace every opportunity, soak in the moment, attend that masterclass, take notes, listen, ask questions, because you are here for a reason. And remember, your next success story begins with a conversation. It starts with an hello, my name is this. It starts with a what do you do? Can you tell me more about yourself? Welcome again to Algorithm 2025, where innovation meets impact. Thank you very much. All right.
Lovely. Lovely. So, Who finds networking events very chaotic? It's overwhelming. It's something that scares you. I do sometimes. I know I can be seen as an extrovert, but sometimes just getting into a room with a lot of people that you don't know can be overwhelming. So just take the opportunity to know that everyone here is also here for the same reason, and you can ask questions, you can connect, you can go on LinkedIn, look each other up, add each other, and start conversations from there.
All right. So I want to give us a quick rundown of the event today. So if you've scanned the QR code on the back of your tag, I want you to just open up to the agenda quickly. So we're going to start with a short break, and then we're going to move into the master classes. So there's a bathroom break for 5 minutes, and then we have different master class. We have the finance master class, we have content creation, entrepreneurship, productivity. So there are different signs on the doors. So the breakout rooms are where the masterclass will be happening. Find your way to the masterclass of your choice, and then you can attend. After that, we're all going to come back and congregate in the main hall for the keynote speak. And the keynote speak will be happening at 12:10 to 12:50, and then we'll break again before the industry discussion. Now, I know that's a lot of information, but the QR code at the back of your tags will help you. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we have the master class. If you have any questions, there are team members with a tag that would be more than happy to help you. Thank you, everyone. We can take a break now.
Thank you.
The third person is someone like me who's self-employed. So I work for myself. I've been a content creator for the past 4 years, full time. But if I decided to go and like not work for 6 months, 7 months, I wouldn't get paid anymore. So I have a business, but I own my job basically. I don't really have the freedom to not work. So I'm still trading my time for money at this point. And then the last person that we have is an investor. So an investor is somebody who has money that works for them. I would say I'm also an investor because if I put my money into an investment, it grows. And even when I'm not working, my money is still making money and working for me. So where do you currently fall in? Who would say that they're an employee? Who would say that they are a business owner? Okay, nice, good. Who would say that they're self-employed? Okay, and then lastly, who would say they're an investor? Okay, cool, we have a few investors. The reality is that you can be more than one. As I said, I am self-employed, but I'm also an investor. So you don't just have to be one. And I encourage all of you to try to be not just a employee, not just self-employed, not just a business owner, but also an investor as well. So let me tell you a little bit about my investing journey just so that you can get some context into who I am. So I started in 2014. So right now I'm 28 years old and I started when I was 18, which is the earliest that you can invest here in Canada. And at that time I bought my first stock. So my dad told me like on my 18th birthday, it's time for you to start investing in the stock market. So I bought my very first stocks and at that time, I think I bought stocks of BMO or TD, I can't remember, but one of the banks here in Canada. And I put like $100 in and that was my journey into investing. The next year, I started working a minimum wage job. I was working at Payless Shoe Store. Anybody know Payless Shoe Store? Yeah. So at the time, I was working at Payless Shoe Store, making $9 an hour. Not too much, but my dad encouraged me that every single time that you get paid, half of your paycheck is going to go into the stock market. And I did that because, I didn't have bills, I didn't have rent. I was living at home rent-free. I still am, actually, but I made sure that every single time that I got paid, about $250 or so was going into the stock market. And at that time, there was a company called Shopify. Does anybody know Shopify? Okay, so Shopify was a baby company at the time. It was like brand new, and I think it had been around for a few years, but still, it was basically a baby company at the time. And my dad had researched, and he said, this company is gonna be one of the next big things. And I was like, okay, whatever, let me do it. And I put my money into Shopify. So every 2 weeks, I would buy about $250 worth of Shopify stocks. At the time, Shopify was around $200 or around that amount of money. So again, I was just buying 1 or 2 stocks every 2 weeks. It wasn't that much. But by the time I was 23 in 2020, those stocks had grown from $200 all the way to $1,200 per share. So it had increased by 5 times, and I was able to sell those stocks to buy my first house at the age of 23. That was around $60,000 that I had in my portfolio, and again, I used that money to purchase my first house. Now it is 2025, my portfolio is over $300,000, and I have been investing consistently since 2014. So that's just a little bit about my investing journey, and the reason I show this is not to like brag about how much money I have or anything like that. It's more so to show you that you can start with as little as you want. Especially now, there are platforms that allow you to do what we call fractional investing, which I'll explain in a bit, but you don't need to have a lot of money to start investing. You can start with as little as $5, $1. It literally, you don't need a lot of money to start. Okay, so now let me ask what investing means to you. So I like this to be an interactive session. Let me know, if I say the word investing, what does that mean to you? Put your hand up and then you can answer. Okay, go ahead. Okay, investing is saving. Okay. What about you?
Protecting what you have against inflation.
Okay, nice. Protecting what you have against inflation. Go ahead. Returns. Okay. Anybody else want to share what they think investing is? Go ahead. Growth. Why are we only using one word? Define it. What does investing mean to you? Go ahead. Yeah. Saving a fraction of what you have in order to get returns in the future. Great. Yeah. Letting your money work for you. Okay, those are all great definitions. Okay, go ahead. Financial freedom, I like that. To me, I say that investing is not glamorous, okay? It's not something that is like this amazing, beautiful thing that you need to be extremely knowledgeable about in order to make money from it. Investing is also not gambling. I think a lot of people think that investing is, I'm gonna put my money here, I'm gonna hope that it grows over the long term, right? Or even the short term. It's not just that. And it's also not just stock picking, which is, I'm gonna buy this specific stock, I'm gonna buy this specific stock. That's not all that investing is. Investing is simply expending your money into a specific venture with the expectation of it achieving a profit. So putting your money somewhere and making your money work for you. You're expecting that it will grow in value. There are lots of different types of investments, right? Can anyone tell me some types of investments that there are? Go ahead. ETFs, great. Go ahead. Mutual funds, perfect. Anybody else? Stocks, yes. Real estate, Anybody else? Bonds, yes. Anybody else? Okay, those are a few of the main ones. Oh yeah, go ahead. You're gonna say something? No? Okay. Okay, so some of the investments that we have are bonds, options, Forex, ETFs, cryptocurrency, index funds, real estate, and stocks. Those are some of the different ones that we have here. I would encourage you to maybe stay away from options and Forex and crypto as a beginner, okay? I'm not saying that you can't venture into Forex. I'm not telling you can't venture into crypto or options. These are great. You can make money in them, but it's a more advanced strategy. If you're just a beginner, which I'm assuming you are because you're in this session, I would tell you to stick with stocks, with ETFs, and with index funds. And honestly, start with ETFs. This would be the easiest way for you to start your investing journey, and I'll definitely explain what an ETF is for all of you. So let's talk about why we should invest before we get into how you do. Why should we invest? We should invest for a number of reasons, and the first reason is to have multiple streams of income. I'm sure everyone hears that online, like, oh, you must have multiple streams of income. Having one source of income is too close to having none, and I agree. I agree with all those people. So when it comes to investing in the stock market, again, the idea is that you buy something at one price and it increases in value. So the first way that you can make income in the stock market is by buying a stock. Let's say you buy a stock for $100. You're expecting, let's say that it goes to $150, and then you sell that and make $50 gain. Everyone get that? Yeah, so that's called capital gains, okay? So that's the first way that you can make money in the stock market, and this is where most people make their money in the stock market. But another way that you can make money in the stock market is dividend income. So dividends are these little notifications that you're gonna get on usually a quarterly basis, where basically you own a stock, and then a company says, thank you so much for owning our stock and putting money and investing with us. We're gonna give you a little cash payment. So last year I made like $1,600 in dividends. I'm not a dividend investor, but that's how much I've made, and I share every month on my Instagram if you wanna check that out. I share my different proceeds from investing in the stock market and the dividends, but you can basically make a second source of income. And some people who are truly dividend investors, they can make $50,000 a year, $100,000 a year, just by holding their dividend portfolio. So there are some people who live strictly off their dividends. They have their portfolio that's growing, and they're getting capital gains on their portfolio, but then they're also getting dividends on a quarterly basis that they use to fund their life. Like, a lot of people are retired, but they're living off the dividends from their portfolio. So again, I said, the reason we want to invest is to have multiple streams of income, and that's truly what the stock market can give you. And someone said financial freedom, that investing gives you financial freedom. And I would say, if you have a portfolio that can pay you tens of thousands of dollars a year, that can help you to have some sort of financial freedom. The reason that I was able to leave my 9-to-5 job was because of my portfolio in the stock market, because it allowed me to have another source of income. Next, the second reason why I would say it's important to invest is to have higher returns than a savings account. So someone also mentioned like hedging your bets against inflation. Inflation, as we know, is when your dollar is getting less and less in value every single day. And usually when you keep your cash in a savings account, let's say you're getting 2% interest or 3% interest, right? You're actually losing money because inflation is increasing at a faster rate than that. So if we take two people, Taya and Lara, for example, these people work at the exact same place, they make the exact same amount of money, and they're both putting $500 a month into a high interest savings, or Taya is putting $500 a month into a high interest savings account, whereas Lara is gonna put $500 a month into stocks. Tayo's gonna get that 2% return, whereas Lara's gonna get that 7% return, okay? And this is because she's investing her money rather than saving. They're doing the exact same thing, as you can see, but the only difference is that Lara is taking the extra step to invest her money. By the end of 40 years, Lara will have around $367,000. Obviously, that's amazing money. It's a great amount of money. Nobody's ever going to complain about having $367,000. But Lara, who did the exact same thing, will have about $1.3 million, right? So that's the power of investing. It allows your money to grow at a faster rate than savings does. And the last reason is just to make money where we spend money. So I'm a big believer in, I am a consumer of Apple, for example. I have my Apple Watch, I have my MacBook, I have my iPad, I have an iMac, I have an iPhone. Like, I'm a consumer of Apple. And ideally, I'm not just giving Apple money however often I'm buying products, I'm also benefiting from Apple as it's growing in value. So I'm also a shareholder of Apple. I'm a part owner in their company, and every time that Apple is getting better, people are buying from Apple, I'm also benefiting from that. I'm not saying that every company that you shop at is somewhere where you should invest in, but some of them are. Some things that I often hear when it comes to investing is the fears. People are really scared about investing, right? Anybody here scared to invest their money? Okay, no one wants to admit it. Anybody here, we're in church, guys. Has anybody here felt fears around investing their money? Anybody? Okay, we have some honest people now. Yeah, what fears do you have, if anyone wants to share? We'll take like two people who wants to share their fears about investing. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I agree. She said she's risk averse. Anybody else? She doesn't want to lose her capital, I'm guessing. Anybody else? Go ahead. Your fears about investing, if any. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a common fear as well. It's like, okay, everything is so overwhelming. I don't know what to do, so I have analysis paralysis, and then I don't do anything, right? But the reality is, it doesn't have to be that way. And I say again, the most common fear is that, oh, there's going to be a stock market crash. I don't want to lose all my money. So, and the news doesn't help with that. You know, when you go on the news, you'll see things like this, where it's all red. They're complaining about a stock market crash. It seems a bit scary, right? But the reality is, if you look very closely, it says that the market is down by 0.14%. And I know it seems scary, but it's only down by 0.14%, which over the long term is actually nothing. And they're showing you, like, in the past day, it's down by that little. But again, they're sensationalizing it because people do make money when you decide to panic sell your stocks because you saw something like this, right? So I just want you to know that the reality is that the average return of the US stock market over the past 151 years has always been positive. Like, if we look at it on average over the past 151 years, it has gone up. So it's very unlikely that you investing your money is going to be the reason that the stock market crashes, okay? So we don't have that power. The odds are in your favor that you will increase, that your money will increase. And this is important to note that it's over the long term that it increases, right? So some months or some years, the stock market may be lower. Some years it may be, like last year, my increases were like 30+%, but some years, you know, it could be 5% or it could be even negative, right? So it's over the long term. Holding for the long term is where you see the growth. So if you're someone who wants quick money and you want to make money over, you know, a month, 2 months, a year, maybe the stock market is not where you want to focus your efforts, okay? And also, to overcome your fear of investing, I truly believe that competence helps you build your confidence. So it's all about learning, reading books that are related to it, going to sessions like this, just so that you can increase how much knowledge you have around the topic so that you can feel confident about investing. Investing is not scary. Investing is actually very easy. I look at my portfolio twice a month, okay? I barely look at it, but it has gone up over the past 10 years that I have been investing. So it's not that scary. Okay, are we ready to get into how to invest in the stock market? Okay, good. So first, let me tell you what the stock market is. The stock market is a place where you can go and buy and sell shares of different companies. What a share is a portion of a company. So let's say our favorite companies like Tesla, Apple, Microsoft, all those different companies that we know in the world, those are all different companies that are what we call publicly traded. So publicly traded means that you and I can become part owners in those companies. So you can't just go up to, you know, Microsoft store and say, hi, I would like to become a part owner. No, you need to go through the stock market in order to buy shares of that company. So we can use the example of a mall or a flea market. So let's use like Square One as an example. This is what we call your brokerage. So just like the stores in Square One, you can't access those stores unless the mall is open, right? That's the same thing. You can't access Microsoft unless the stock market, unless you go through what we call a brokerage account that will give you access to Microsoft. So some examples of brokerage accounts would be, for example, TD, Wealthsimple, Questrade, those types of different companies. They will give you access to purchase stocks in the stock market. Then when you get into your brokerage account, the next thing is you can't just buy the stocks in like randomly. You have to have an account that you're buying them in. So you guys have heard of like the TFSA, the FHSA, the RSP, right? Has everybody heard of those? Yeah, okay. So those are different accounts that you can purchase your stocks inside. So the TFSA, I'll explain them in detail, but TFSA, FHSA, they all have like savings in the account, but the reality is you can actually invest in all of those accounts as well. You don't just need to save in those accounts. So those are the different areas that you can invest. And then the last thing is the stores. So you would buy those companies or the stores within those areas of the mall that I mentioned earlier. So now let's talk about where you invest. First step is to open a brokerage account. So if you are going to start your investing journey today, the first step is to open your brokerage account. In Canada, we have so many different brokerage accounts that you can look into. We have TD Direct Investing, we have Wealthsimple, we have BMO Investorline, we have Questrade, we have CIBC Investor Edge. There are so many different platforms that you can use. The most important thing is that you just start. A lot of people I find, this is where they get analysis paralysis. Which platform do I start on? How do I start it? Just pick one. It doesn't matter. Just pick one. I will say that Wealthsimple and Questrade are known to have the lowest fees, right? So if you're buying on, I think CIBC, they're charging, is it $6.99 or $7.99 per trade that you're making? Whereas on Wealthsimple, it's free when you're buying all Canadian stocks. So I would say Wealthsimple, Questrade, great place to start. TD Direct Investing has a great user experience as well. So just pick one, basically, is the moral of the story, okay? Second is open that registered account. So again, there are registered accounts and then there are non-registered accounts. Registered accounts are those accounts that the Canadian government has given us so that we can buy stocks in there and shelter our gains from taxes. Because one thing that a lot of people are scared of when it comes to investing is, I'm gonna make money and then I'm gonna get taxed on it, right? That's something that I hear often. There's nothing wrong with taxes, to be honest, but because taxes mean that you're making money, but the Canadian government has given us a place where we can put our money and it will not be taxed. So, or maybe the taxes will be deferred. So that's why I would highly recommend that you buy your stocks in a registered account. So examples of these accounts, the TFSA, the RRSP, the FHSA, and the RESP. Those are all examples of registered accounts that you can put your money in. And in these accounts, you can either, you just put your savings there, or you can buy stocks and bonds and ETFs and mutual funds. Just remember that you cannot go over the limit. So when it comes to these accounts, there is a contribution limit. So you can't just invest like $1 million in these accounts and get tax-free growth. Like, they're not gonna allow that, but you can invest up to the limit that they have. So if you go on your like CRA website, they'll tell you what your limit is in the account. So the first one that you can look into is the RRSP. So the RRSP is basically the government wants to make sure that we are investing and saving for our retirement. So they don't want you to have to rely on them when it comes to retirement, because the CPP right now, I don't know how much it is, but it's not enough to live on if you just rely on the government. So they want you to put money away for your retirement. So they have to incentivize you to do that to make sure that people actually put money away for their retirement. And they do this through the RRSP. So when you put money in your RSP, it's tax deductible. So let's say you make $50,000 and you put $5,000 in your RRSP. Instead of being taxed on $50,000, you're only going to be taxed on $45,000. So that's how the RRSP works. So it gives you kind of a tax break, and then you'll get a nice tax refund come tax time, right? But when you do take your money out of your RSP, you're going to pay taxes on whatever you take out. But the idea is that you're at a higher tax bracket now than you will be when you retire. That's kind of the idea of it. Also, your employer will often match your contributions to your RSPs. So if you work somewhere where your employer is saying, we'll give you free money if you put money in your RSP, you should definitely take advantage of this. I see people saying, no, I'm not going to put my money here. I want to take it all in my paycheck. But this is basically free money that they're going to give you. So make sure that you take advantage of it. The only two ways that you can take your money out of your RSP and not pay taxes is, the first way is if you're buying a home. So we have what's called the home buyer's plan. And you can basically take $60,000 out of this account and it's completely tax-free, but it's a loan where you have to pay the money back over a certain number of years. There's also the lifelong learning plan, and this is if you want to go for post-secondary education, but you don't want to take a student loan, for example. You can take it from your RSP. You can take up to $10,000 a year for 2 years max. So again, these are loans. You still have to put the money back into your RSP eventually, or you get taxed. The second account that we have is the TFSA. The TFSA is a tax-free savings. Who here has a TFSA? And who here is investing in a TFSA? So the TFSA is the government basically saying, okay, put your money here, and your money is able to grow tax-free, and you can use that money for anything. So this is one of my favorite accounts because there's no limit on what you can use the money for. You put the money in, and that's how I was able to take the money out for my first home, and I didn't pay any taxes on the money because it was all in my TFSA. So there's really no benefit when you deposit. Like, you're not getting any tax benefits when you put money into your TFSA, but once you take money out, it's tax-free. So let's say you put in $10,000, it grows to $15,000. Usually, anywhere in Canada, we get taxed on everything, so you would pay taxes on that gain. But here, you would just take the $15K and go on with your life. You don't have to pay any taxes, which is great. And you can use it for any purchase that you want. So anything you want to buy, you can use it with the TFSA. So I see people using the TFSA for their future wedding, for their future car, for their future house, whatever they want. You can put the money in your TFSA and use it for anything. The next one is the FHSA, and this is the newest account that we have. It came out on April 1st, 2023, and this account allows you to save or invest for your home up to $40,000. So who has an FHSA here? Okay, a few less people. If you do not yet have a principal residence, like your first home that you want to live in, not rent, then you can open an FHSA. If you're someone like me who already has a home, like I have a home but I don't live in it, then you can also open an FHSA, because this is only for the home that you are going to live in, not for rental properties. So every year you get $8,000 of room. You can put $8,000 in, and when you put that money in, it reduces your taxes, and then when you take the money out, it's tax-free. So it's kind of the perfect combination between that RSP and the TFSA. Okay, it's a perfect combination between the RSP and the TFSA. So I really love this account. I think it's one of the best, but the only problem is the money has to be used for your home purchase. It can't be used for anything else. So I don't know why it looks like that, but so which one will you open? Which account do you think that you will open or start using for your investing? Let me know. TFSA, FHSA, RSP. Okay, so I would say TFSA is what I would recommend for you all for a beginner, or if you are going to start by if you want to invest for your first house, then FHSA would be a good option as well. RSP is good if you have a significant amount of income that you're making and you want to lower your taxes, but for the most part, most people should start with the TFSA. And it's the most flexible as well. Also, I like to say that when you're going to the bank, let's say you decide to go to like TD and open your account, what they're gonna tell you is, they're gonna say, right? They're gonna tell you that they want you to open a mutual fund, right? They may even offer you $500 to start opening a mutual fund with them. A mutual fund is when they're gonna manage the money for you instead of you managing it by yourself. So that's the main difference. Ideally, I'd like to stay away from mutual funds. It's usually most people's first stint into investing, but the reality is the fees that you're paying when it comes to mutual funds, I don't think they're worth it in my personal opinion. So the script that you're gonna use is, hi, I would like to open a self-directed tax-free savings account for investing. They're not gonna offer you any money to open this one, but this is the option that I would highly recommend that you take. Okay, now let's get into how you invest. So the first thing is that you're going to do research on which stock you want to invest in, or which ETF you want to invest in, and which investment account. In the next few slides, I'll tell you some details of how you would research. The second thing is that you're going to open your account. So we already discussed that. You're going to go to your local branch or go on online. If you want to open with Wealthsimple or Questrade, you can just go online. And some of the banks, you can probably just go online as well. The third thing is that you want to fund your account. So I think this is something that a lot of people do not do. They have their account open, but they never put money in it, right? So you want to open your account and then fund your account. And not just fund it once, but fund it on a regular basis. So it's like every single time that you get paid, money is going from your checking account directly into your TFSA or whichever investing account you're using, okay? It's automated. It's like, it doesn't concern you. It comes out, and so that's so that you don't have the opportunity to even spend the money, because the money's out of your account already. Again, that's what I've been doing for the past 10 years. It's been automated. Once I get paid, it goes from my checking account to my investing account. I don't even get a chance to spend the money. That's the only reason I've been able to grow my portfolio to 300K. So I would highly recommend that you automate your investments. The next thing is to buy your investment. Again, I'll show you how to do that. And then also you monitor your growth. So when it comes to investing, your investment value can go up or your investment value can go down, right? The reality is, if your investment value goes down, let's say you bought something for $100 and now it's $95, you haven't lost any money until you sell that investment. Also, if your investment goes from $100 to $150, you have not made any money until you sell that investment as well. So that's something that you need to realize. And ideally, like, try not to look at your investment account every single day if you're someone who's very anxious. Again, I told you, I look at my investment account twice a month, sometimes even once a month if I'm traveling. Like, I barely look at my account, and that's because I'm investing for the long term. So the fluctuations over the past 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, they don't really concern me, right? Because I'm investing for the long term. Okay, now how do I invest? So, oops, I'm going the wrong way. Okay. So now, what should I buy? So for beginners, I highly, highly, highly recommend that we look into funds. Funds are where you are buying a group of stocks instead of buying an individual stock. So remember when I said you can buy Microsoft? What happens if Microsoft crashes and burns tomorrow, right? We don't want to put all our money in one company and then it just goes to the ground. There are some great companies, like I do invest in Microsoft, and I've been investing in Microsoft for the past 5+ years, so I would say it's been a solid pick so far. But for a beginner, I don't want you to have that stress of investing in an individual company. Instead, look into funds. So there are what we call index funds and exchange traded funds, which are ETFs. So ETFs are basically a basket of stocks. So inside of that fund, inside of that basket, there will be 500 stocks, there can be 5,000 stocks, there can be 10,000 stocks. It just depends on which fund that you choose. So I highly, highly, highly recommend that as a beginner, you start with different funds instead of going with individual stocks. So the funds can be investing in a whole country, meaning you can invest in the entire stock market of Canada or of the US. There can be a whole industry, like you can invest in the semiconductor industry, for example, or the tech industry, or the largest companies in our country as well. So there are lots of different types of ETFs, and you can go on a website called ETFDB, etfdatabase.com, and you can research all the different investments that there are. The reason that I encourage ETFs is because it allows you to have diversification in your portfolio. Remember, I don't want you to have all your eggs in that one basket or one stock, right? I want you to spread them out across different sectors, across different countries, across different types of investments. That's how we build a balanced portfolio. So that is why I highly, highly, highly encourage us to start off with these funds. So my starting point for most beginners that I speak to is I always recommend starting with a broad ETF. It covers an index. So an index is basically a group of companies, right? And there's an index called the S&P 500. Has anyone heard of the S&P 500? Yeah, okay. So, excuse me. Okay. The S&P 500 is the 500 largest companies in the United States. I think there are 503 companies or 508 companies right now in the S&P 500. And there's an index, that's the index that tracks them, right? So it changes every once in a while where one company may join it, another company may leave it, but basically there are 503 of the largest companies in the United States. So if you invest in an ETF that tracks the S&P 500, that means by buying one ETF, you have access to all 503 of those companies. So that is way more stable than investing in just one company, right? And I especially like to start with this ETF because the US is it is the strongest stock market in the world, and it's very, very, very unlikely that the US is going to, or that all 500 of those companies are going to crash and burn at once, right? So that's why I like to start with that. And some companies that are in this fund include Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, JP Morgan, Costco, Chevron, McDonald's, like, again, some of the big companies that we know and love across the United States. If you see this chart, most people will not know what it means, so I just have to break it down for people. So if you see this chart, I took this screenshot on January 21st. Here you can see that, right here, you can see that this says Vanguard. Vanguard is the company that created this fund, right? So their name is Vanguard, and they created this fund. Okay, it's not in order. Okay, S&P 500 index ETF means that this ETF tracks the S&P 500. The price right now is $153.79 for this fund. And also, you can go here and you can see the different time frames that you want to search and see the growth over time. So you can say, okay, how has it been doing over the past 1 day? How has it been doing over the past 5 days, 1 month, 6 month, year to date, 1 year, 5 years, and then the maximum that has been around. So I went by 1 year, and over the past year, this has been up by 32.52%. So if you just bought, $100 worth of this, you would now have $132 just by investing in one fund of this. So it's been doing pretty well. I would say the majority of my portfolio is just this ETF at this point. Some other options that you can consider. So if you want to be like super broad in your investing, you can look into VT. VT is investing in the entire world, so like all the stocks in the entire world. It's very unlikely that you can't do worse than that, basically. Next, we have VTI, which is the entire US stock market. So you are investing in every single stock in the US stock market. So you're investing in the strongest country in the world and the strongest stock market in the world. There's also VGT or QQQ. Those invest in tech stocks, right? So if you want to have a strong, this one's more risky, I would say, but very great for your portfolio, would recommend. And then VB is some smaller companies that are, sorry, did you want to? Okay. VB are some smaller companies that are in the United States. So here are some examples of ETFs that you can look into. And I just want to encourage you to know that when you're investing, you should go the distance, okay? We're not just looking at the short term, I want to make money in the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. This is the long term that we're looking for. We are looking to see how our holdings can grow over the next 5, 10, 15 plus years. So yeah, that is my presentation. And I always like to say, when in doubt, zoom out. So if you look at the S&P 500 over the past 6 months, I don't know when I took the screenshot, but if you look at it over the past 6 months, it was down. But if you look at it over the past 5 years, it had been up by 56.33%, right? So it may look scary in the short term, but in the long term, the stock market has always, always, always gone up. So just to recap my presentation, first, choose a brokerage that you like. Don't let the analysis paralysis of choosing your brokerage stop you from investing. Second, open that TFSA within your brokerage account. Third, purchase index funds or ETFs. ETFs are easier. And then diversify your portfolio and don't put all your eggs in one basket. And remember, when in doubt, zoom out. Okay, so that is my presentation. Thank you all for listening. How much? Okay, so we have 5 minutes for questions. I also have a collective called Don't Go Broke Collective that actually launched today. And well, I've been doing it for the past 3 years. Oh, thanks, guys. And basically, if you scan this QR code, every single month I teach you about a different investing topic. So we'll go from very beginner, like today, to more advanced strategies and even get into crypto. So you can scan this QR code if you would like to join. Yeah, so any questions in the audience? Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. If you can stand up and. I think. Okay. Are you going? Are you going? Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm. You can't. Okay, so his question was, how do I get around not paying tax on the dividends, basically? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, the dividends from US stocks in your TFSA. So you can't, I don't believe you can really get around it, but they withhold the tax. So whatever you're getting as a dividend, the tax has already been withheld, so. Yeah, if you hold in your RSP, then they will give you the full dividend, but when you take out your RSP money, you will be taxed on it. So I don't know if it really matters in the long run. Yeah. But taxes aren't a bad thing. I always want to let people know. Taxes mean that you are making money. Yep. So the different ETFs? Like these ones? So what's your question? So this is what we would call a ticker symbol, and this is what you would search in your investing platform, and then this would be an ETF that tracks all the companies in the world. This would be an ETF that tracks all the companies in the United States, and this would be an ETF that tracks tech companies. So you would just type in whatever this is, VTI, into your investing platform, and then it will give you that ETF. Does that make sense? Oh, it's just a name that they've given it. Yeah. You're welcome. I do not offer that type of service. Okay, so her question was, if I don't want to manage my investments by myself, what are my options, basically. So I would say you have three main options. The first one would be to go and use mutual funds, which I mentioned earlier, where you go to the bank and then they will create a fund for you, or you choose your risk level basically, and then they will invest on your behalf and they will charge their fee for that. The second option is to use a robo-advisor. So a robo-advisor is basically, they kind of do what a mutual fund manager does, but at a lower cost. So I would say that is where I would recommend you start if you really don't want to manage it yourself. I have a video on so I did like a social experiment where for the past since February 2022, I've been putting $500 per month into a robo-advisor and seeing the growth. Right now, it did pretty well, so you can watch that. I have it on my YouTube channel, and I'll share the link as well. On this playlist, if you scan this QR code, you can see it. So that would be your second option where you can just go and use a robo-advisor. And a robo-advisor, same thing. You tell them what your risk level is. You tell them what your age is, what your goals are for a portfolio. And they'll craft a portfolio based on that. And they usually invest in ETFs as well. So that's your second option. I think I said three, but I'm pretty sure those are your two main options. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask, so I have, like on Wealth Simple, I have like a TFSA that has the word managed.
Yes.
So does that mean that it's not do it yourself, like someone is,
Yes.
and do I get charge fees for that?
Yes, you do.
And then the second question I had the first, when I first came to Canada, obviously, like when I was very new, I had the CIBC guy tell me to open up the mutual fund, TFSA, but I think I watched one of the videos and I stopped contributing to that one. So what happens with that? Do I ever get? I know I did like a 15-year term type thing. So do I just leave that there until that time? Because I don't necessarily see like the fees go away, but I've seen like obviously the amount I put up until that point,
Yeah.
is still there. So I guess what's the strategy to get that money out? Leave it there till whenever. Like,
Yeah.
how does
Okay, so her first question was, she's using Wealth Simple, and she has, her TFSA says managed on it, so does that mean she's investing it by herself, or is someone else doing it? So that's what I was just talking about. That's their robo-advisor. So I've been using Wealth Simple's managed portfolio, or it's called Wealth Simple Invest, and yeah, so somebody else is managing it for you, or the algorithm is managing it for you, and they do charge you fees, but you don't really see the fee. Like the fees are baked in deliberately so that you don't see how much they're charging you. Yeah, so that's the first thing. And then her second question was, she has a mutual fund that she started with CIBC, and she wants to know how she can get out of it, or does she just leave it for the foreseeable future? So when it comes to mutual funds, I typically tell people, like, it depends. You have to look at the fees that there are to get out of the mutual fund. It depends on the mutual fund, so I'd have to kind of see it to advise you. But you can reach out to the advisor and say, if I want to break this mutual fund and withdraw all my funds, what would that look like? And then what you would do instead, you would do a in-kind transfer. If it makes sense to withdraw it, then you would do an in-kind transfer where you're transferring directly from your CIBC TFSA to your Wealth Simple TFSA. You don't want to take the money out by yourself, put it in your checking account, and then put it back in Wealth Simple, because then it messes up your contribution room. But if you initiate an in-kind transfer, then they can just take exactly what you have in your CIBC account and put it directly into your Wealth Simple account. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Hi. Mm-hmm. Yes, so RPP is registered pension plan, and RRSP is registered retirement savings plan. So they technically come out of the same pool. So your contribution room for your RRSP and RPP, they're the same. Yeah. So if you have an RPP with your workplace, that is fine. I would recommend you contribute to it, because typically they're giving you pretty great money. So I would recommend that you contribute to your RPP. But if you want to do additional contributions to your RRSP after, you just need to make sure that you're not over contributing beyond the limit. And the same thing, you can go on your CRA website and see what the overall limit is. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining. You can now go back down and then join whatever industry is open, but all the industry
or putting the phone on the side and driving off and not thinking people will pick my phone, and now arranging all those videos in a sequence that aligns with the storytelling idea I have. I see people who do those things and I marvel. So just going for that session alone by Folasha Dedani, I was able to just take notes and be like, oh, these are the kind of content. I need to pick a POV, not a niche. So I hope we're able to pick something out of the different sessions that we joined today.
Yes. and the finance session by Rennie was also really good. I learned so much about ETFs, about not being afraid to invest in my money in the stock market. So that's really, really enlightening. A quick announcement. Please, if you're just joining us, scan the QR code at the back of your tag to know where we are in the order of event. We're going to be getting started very, very soon. I know some folks are still in the master class, but if you're in the auditorium or if you can hear me but you can't see me, you are probably in the wrong place. So make your way down to the main stage.
Please make your way to join us. I went into the productivity masterclass and I was excited because I have known Success Bio since 2009, and he has remained consistent from day one. What he's doing right now is no surprise to any of us. He has been diligent and he just kept giving productivity hacks. So I know regardless of what you joined, I also went into the entrepreneurship session. I've listened to Efosa speak at conferences, and he just continued to talk about what it is to be part of the BFN, the Black Founders Network, and how different ideas get funded. So if you have an idea and you believe that it has the potential to grow, please make sure you connect with him. You can also join his group to be part of that.
And if you missed any of the masterclass, do not worry. We have another masterclass session with immigration, branding, real estate, career, how to land your dream job. So don't worry, we have a lot packed for you today. And we also have 2 keynote speakers that will be coming to charge you and put the fire in your heart.
Who's ready for the next session?
Me.
I am.
I know.
Who has had something to eat? Who has had some snack today? I know it's Saturday. I should be on my bed eating right now. But because we are trying to start the year right, and we are trying to learn from many of these professionals that people pay thousands of dollars to listen to, CCI has been able to provide this opportunity for us for free. So please, a round of applause for CCI.
Woo!
I looked at each of those speakers. I have paid to listen to them, so I'm jealous of the rest of you. I've paid to listen to some of these people, and I know that they've given us a lot of value for free, and I know that this is something that if we start implementing right now, we will begin to see results.
Yeah, and it's important not to take those sessions for granted. As you said, Gabriel, like, we pay money, good money for events like this, so it's always a privilege to be here and then learn from all these speakers. Quickly, a quick reminder again, please no eating in the hall. You can have your coffee, you can have your water, but no eating in the hall. We will be getting started. If you need to get your resume, go to the resume clinic. If you need to refresh your headshot, make sure you make your way to the photography booth for your headshot. We also have vendors, food vendors that will be selling food for sale during the lunch time. You can buy whatever it is that you need. And we also have different vendors that will be selling different items. Make sure you check them out and you purchase stuff from their booth.
Let's support Black businesses, let's support our friends. So it's not enough to just say, oh, I know a friend that does this. If you know anyone here that does anything, try to patronize them. I know many of us know Pastor Bright, the pastor, but today we are meeting Pastor Bright, the professional. Who's excited to hear from our first keynote speaker as he comes to take his seat? He is the pastor of CCI Toronto, and today he's in his official David era, giving us the skill and the anointing. You know, David was not just a man after God's heart, he was also a very skillful man. And I know Pastor Bright will be dropping some gems, and Pastor Annie is here to introduce him.
Absolute pleasure. All right, if you can hear my voice, but you cannot see my face, you are in the wrong place. So please make your way down to the main hall. We're going to be getting started in a few minutes, and we want you to be a part of this event. Please make your way down to the main hall, and we would love to get started with you seated in your seats. If there's an empty seat in front of you, or maybe you are seated at the back, we want you to take a big step forward. As I said earlier in the day, if Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk was in the room and you needed to pitch your idea, you're not going to sit at the back. So take a big step of faith, boldness, courage, because that's what algorithm is all about. And come sit in the front so that we can connect with you better.
Making an impact begins with being visible, so please be visible enough to come forward. You don't know who you might be sitting next to. You don't know if that conversation might just change your life or set you on the right path. So please don't hide at the back. Please make your way to the front. While I was at the content creation masterclass, Folashade Daini was talking about being a topical authority and making it work first, then beautiful. I know a lot of us are perfectionists. We just want it to be perfect. It has to look a certain way. It has to be inclined 45 degrees to the horizontal. The light has to strike my face from the left. You don't need all that. All you need to do is start. It's important that you start and grow so we can track your growth. And many times when people come across your page, the video that gets them to your page might not be the video that keeps them there. Going to see what else you've done over time is enough to let them know you're an authority in these topics or your authority in this space, and then it keeps them following you. So if you have ideas that you want to do, start today. And please don't be shy. Embarrassment is the cost of entry. You know, there's a Nigerian saying that you can't shame the shameless. Be shameless about what you do. Be shameless about what you love, and people will actually follow you when they see that you're beginning to pop.
And also because there are people that may not be as skilled as you are, that are doing it and getting all the applause, getting all the recognition. So how much more you, right?
Exactly.
So don't be afraid to step out of the boat. Don't be afraid to cast your net wide. You just never know where that journey will lead you.
I know. And as somebody who has gone on people's pages and be like, I know this thing better than that person, who has had that feeling before? Like, what this person is saying, there can be more added to it. Add your own. Add what? Your own. There's no saturation. Start your own page. Yes, I'm copying somebody. Yes, I'll copy them till I learn my own. How about that? So please, let's start today. And then when I joined the finance class, Rennie was talking about tracking the Standard & Poor's 500, the S&P 500. So, invest in those ETFs. Let your money work for you. We give to God. Why not give to your future also? Let your money work for you. Learn about stocks. Learn about ETFs. And honestly, it's a gamble. Some of us started with $25, and she was talking about her portfolio being over $300,000 today because she started over 10 years ago. The best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago. The next best time is when? Today. Now. So if you've not opened a World Simple account or any trading account, you can do that now.
This is not sponsored by Wealth Simple, but Wealth Simple, if you're watching us.
Yes, this is not a sponsored post.
Call us.
But call me. I have an account with you. We do trade. Yes.
We'll answer the call. All right. So we're going to get started. Again, please, if you're not seated by now, you're wrong. Make your way forward. We're going to get started right now. We're going to be calling on our keynote speaker. And I want everyone to be seated. I want everyone to be ready to pay attention so that we can learn from the wealth of wisdom that will be coming up on stage. So please reduce the side talk. If you're just coming out of your breakout session, make it quick, make it snappy, and find your way to the front, because we are going to get started. All right, make it quick, make it snappy. We are getting started. Okay, I'm about to introduce our first keynote speaker. And I count it a very big privilege to be introducing our keynote speaker, because we've seen this person in a very multi-dimensional way, as a preacher of the gospel, as a musician, as a father, as a husband. But today, we get to see this person in a new light that many of you may not have experienced. So Pastor Bright is an accomplished cybersecurity professional With a decade of experience across diverse IT domains, he has contributed to leading organizations like Morgan Stanley, RBC, and Loblaw. I mean, our pastor is like on fire. He has built robust security solutions to mitigate risk and address the challenges of an ever-changing threatening landscape. As a dynamic speaker and pastor, Pastor Bright is dedicated to inspiring transformation and growth. It leverages his unique blend of experience, talent, and opportunities to empower individuals, nurture their careers, and help them fulfill their purpose. With a resounding round of applause, I want you to welcome to the main stage no other person than Pastor Bright. Please keep clapping until it comes up. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Make it louder, make it louder.
Make it louder for Pastor.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's winter and it's a bit cold, but we could do better. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. I'm not singing, so all right. I just want to turn this on. All right, how's everyone doing? Having a great time? I want to welcome you all especially. Well, I'm playing a double role here. I happen to be one of the hosts of this conference as the resident pastor of Celebration Church, the organizing church of the Algorithm Conference. I thought you guys would clap. So it's an honor and a privilege to also be delivering a keynote today. So, like Pastor Ini mentioned, a lot of you know me as Pastor Bright, and some people know me as the singer Bright, who has released a few songs in the past, but not a lot of people know my professional side. Not a lot of people know how far we've come in the world of work. So I am a cybersecurity professional with a decade of experience working in the secular industry. So as you may have heard me say at one point or another, I have a 9 to 5, and it's an actual 9 to 5. Amen. All right, so there are a few things that I want to be sharing on today that I think are very important. I'll be talking about the culture of work. But before I do that, I want to just acknowledge some of the very, very brilliant minds that we have today. Some of our keynote speakers, some of them are here already, others are not. And these are people that I have known and I've seen grow and do exploits in their various fields of endeavor. So help me recognize Pastor Tolu Michaels. Is she here already? Okay, not. Help me recognize Success Adebayo Ajayi, a very special friend of mine. Tenny Onobanjo, I believe, will be here. Folashade Daini. A lot of people don't know how intelligent that lady is. A lot of people don't really see it. And I hope the class that she took this morning was a bit of an insight. I think she's power-packed and she's loaded. I celebrate you, Lady Folashade. Help me recognize X-Sereni. I was listening on my way here to the masterclass, and it was very insightful, very succinct, very clear. Florence Akpan will be taking our immigration session. Is she here already? I guess not. Shout out to Florence Akpan. Shout out to Efosa Albano. Shout out to Jaden Kennedy. And a very special shout out to somebody else who's really special to me, very dear brother to my heart, Dixon and Sofo, who will be taking the second keynote later in the afternoon. And listen, if you have friends who are not here, I just want to put it out there. I think the second keynote is one you do not want to miss. Because this man, maybe you've not heard the name before, Dixon and Sofo. What you need to do is write that name down. Because not too long from now, you will know why. He has a very compelling story that I feel you need to hear. One that is still being written. All right, so get ready for that. But let's get into what I have to say, and I'll get out of your face. The culture of work. When we talk about the culture of work, we're not talking about how it is to work in Nigeria. For example, many people came to Canada from Nigeria, or from wherever else you came from in the world, and there was a culture shock. I'm talking from my own experience. When I worked in Nigeria for a very short while before I moved here 10 years ago, the work culture, it was really, really different. So you can tell your HR no. You can tell your boss no, I want to go home. Really? Stuff like that. That's not what I'm talking about. Not that kind of culture. I'm talking about the kind of culture that predicts success. Because if you think about it, you may have read books on success, and in all those books, they tell you if you do this, 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 and this, success will be guaranteed. Let me share a story with you. When I was younger, so I could do many things, right? One of the things I could do growing up was play football, play soccer. And I was really good at it. In my mind, I thought I was going to be one of the best footballers in the world. I still think if I chased after it, I would have achieved it. It's my opinion. And so there was a day, I represented my school. I played for my school team. I was one of the youngest to be drafted into the school team. At a very young age, I was really good. But my parents were like, you don't have a future there. You need to go face your books. Go read your books. So they would put close eyes on us. So you can't play sports. You have to play. And so I eventually figured, you know what? If there's no support and all, I probably won't be able to achieve this. And so many years passed. And there was a day I came back home from school and I was watching Chelsea. They were playing a game. And then there was a guy named Fernando Torres, one of the best strikers in the world at the time. And he had an open goal. All he had to do was literally close his eyes and kick the ball into the goal. And he missed it. And here I am. I jumped out of my seat. I'm like, what rubbish is this? How can't you finish this simple stuff? Just put the ball in the back of the net. Let's get out of here. And then my dad looks at me and he goes, why are you shouting? Can you do what they are doing? And the reflex in me came out like, what do you mean? Didn't you see how good I was growing up? I would have been a football player and I would have excelled. Don't you know my potential? And then he kept quiet. It's like, well, true. You probably would have made it. But then I thought about it. There are many other people like me who were skillful. Doing everything they had. But they didn't make it. I don't know if you know how football works. You play somewhere and then there are scouts who come out to look for you. And lots of individuals get scouted every single day. Lots of people go for tryouts in clubs every single day. But not everybody gets to the level of international football where their name is even known. I don't know if you have friends or relatives who went for soccer tryouts. And then they realized at the end of the day that they couldn't make it. So the question now is, what differentiates those who truly succeed from those who were near misses? Because what I've realized is the whole thing called success is like a pyramid. You have many people at the base when we are starting off, but only a few now make it to the top. So that's my question today. What makes those ones special? If I was to relate this to the world of work, I've also realized that when it comes to, no matter what career you find yourself in, whether you're working in 9 to 5, you're working in whatever industry, you're self-employed, success may vary, depending on what you call success to be. But it turns out that at the end of the day, life just has a way of filtering out that list. Do you understand what I'm saying? Come on, are you here? Life just has a way of filtering out that list. So you can read books and come to algorithm and hear all manner of things. But the question is, what makes you different? All the people who have successes, do you think Elon Musk was the first person to think about space travel? Do you think Jeff Bezos was the only person that thought about online trading? Do you think Mark Zuckerberg was the only person that thought about social media or that had a startup in the social media age? What was different about him? That's what I mean when I talk about the culture of work. There's another realization that I have had, especially for many of us as believers. I found in my 10 years of experience, working across leading organizations in Canada and around the world, people of faith are usually not in the forefront. If they are, maybe I haven't seen them. Maybe they're not talking loud enough. And that's something that needs to be changed. Because there needs to be a lot of collaboration, just representation up there, having a seat at the table. But what I realized is that number is little. I was doing some research, and I was looking at the most influential men in the world. Well, men, women, most influential people in the world. The top 10, none of them are Christians. In business, none of them are Christians. So, what is it that they know that we don't know? What advantage is it that they have that we don't have? What kind of culture do they have, do they follow, that we don't necessarily have right now as believers? A lot of Christians find themselves in a place where all they do is, you've read the book, it says work hard, slave yourself sometimes, and then pray. And then I'm seeing some people who are not praying as much as we do, who are not fasting as much as we do, but are still achieving the results. So what are they doing differently? What are they doing differently? That's what I want us to talk about today. Look at what the Bible says. I'm a pastor, so you would pardon me bringing in scriptures. All right, it's still a Christian conference, amen? Genesis chapter 8. I'm going to read it here because I know you may not have your Bible with you. Genesis chapter 8 and verse 22. It says, while the earth remains, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, winter and summer, and day and night shall not cease. So he's telling you, if you're going to achieve success in life, there's a predictable pattern. If you plant a seed, you should reap a harvest. If you work hard, we expect you to have results. It's a pattern. Think about it as a farmer. If you don't plant seed in the ground, you are going to be making a big fool of yourself if you think you're going to have a harvest. Does it make sense? And so you have to plant. If you're going to reap a harvest, you have to plant. There's nobody who was born an innate success. Everybody you see who has made it in life, for example, they weren't born that way. Things happened, things transpired. And one of those things that transpired was putting in work, putting in effort. So we understand, yes, we're going to work hard. It's not about talent. I talked about soccer before. Even the GOAT now, Lionel Messi, don't argue. But think about this honestly. Do you really think that Lionel Messi is the most technically gifted footballer in the world? Do you really think Lionel Messi is the most technically gifted footballer in the history of the sport? The answer is a big no. Even in his generation, there are people who are more technically gifted than him. And I can mention names. If you have some time, and I apologize if you don't follow soccer, it's just a very brilliant example. There's a guy named Ricardo Quaresma. You know. This guy could do and undo. Have you heard of a guy named JJ Okocha? So good they named him twice. Rumor has it he was a mentor to the great Ronaldinho. Why is he not being considered as the greatest of all time? No offense, no spite. But why is he not being considered the greatest of all time? It just tells you, when it comes to the game of success, when it comes to the culture of success, talent is not everything. Talent is not everything. There's this in the world, there's this crop of particularly believers today who think, well, you're born for this, you're talented for this. No doubt, talent puts you further ahead. But if you're only relying on talent, you are going to struggle. Because as seen, historically, the most talented is not necessarily the most successful. You know people who went to school, they were talented at reading books, came out with first class. They're still not the most successful. Why? Talent is not everything. I want you to turn to someone to your left and to your right. Tell them talent is not everything. Talent is not everything. If you're going to be successful, talent is not everything. Skill is not enough. There has to be hard work, and that's what the Bible is telling you. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest will not cease. If I'm a farmer and I want to experience a harvest, and all I do is take this viable seed. Oh, the seed looks really lovely, very beautiful, and I just keep shining and polishing it. I'm not going to have a harvest at the end of the day. So it matters that we understand. Hard work is essential. If you don't plant at all, there will be no harvest. But then the question I have is this. It is true the Bible says, while the earth remains, seed time and harvest will not cease. But if you look at the stories of success of people, was it only hard work? Was it only hard work? Come on, I want responses. Was it only hard work? There was more. As a matter of fact, if you think about life objectively, you can probably conclude that the formula for success is preparation times hard work times opportunity. So you can put in all the hard work. It's very possible that you work extremely hard. You have 4 jobs and you put in all that effort and it still doesn't count. You still don't get to where you want to get to because there are other variables at play. You must understand that in the life of a believer, life generally, not just the life of a believer, when it comes to this game of success, there are many other variables at play. Your hard work is essential. Let me put it to you this way. If you don't work hard, you will not succeed. But if all you do is work hard, you will not succeed. Is that clear enough? If you work hard alone, you will not succeed. But then if you don't do other things that pertain to giving you that leverage you require to attain the success you're looking for, you will not succeed either. You will not succeed either. So what else is there? What else is there? And I was thinking about this. I thought to myself, having experienced what I've experienced in the past 10 years, having seen how people, especially people of faith, carry themselves in the office, how they work, I feel like there are things that we need to learn. I feel like there are things that we need to change. I feel like there are lessons that they just go without saying. Because you find many believers, for example, you're in the office, you want to get ahead, and all you do is do your work. You just do your work, and you're praying to God to bless you. They say, what do you need? You need to make sure you submit this project by so and so time, get this done, and you just do it, get it done, and when it's time to go home, you just go home, carry your bag and go home. Listen, that's why you're not growing. Because for you to advance in your career, it's a whole lot more than just delivering on the task that you've been called to deliver. It's a whole lot more. Let me give you an example. Jesus told a parable one time of a shrewd manager. You can find this in Luke chapter 16. This story baffles me a lot. These are things that you would think, if I do this, I'm in the wrong. And if you actually do this one, you are in the wrong because your character is going to be compromised. But Jesus commended, now there was a business owner, think about him as a rich merchant, who was going on a journey. And then he committed all his resources to a manager. And then after a while, it turns out this manager started to embezzle the funds, started to misappropriate, those resources. He basically mismanaged the manager's resources. And then the manager was on his way back, and the manager is like, you know what? You're going to get fired. I'm going to arrest you. You're obviously going to lose your job, right? And so this manager is thinking to himself, what will I do? What will I do? How do I strategically position myself for the future? And guess what he decides to do? There are some people who were doing business with his owner who were owing his owner. And so what he did was, imagine you take a loan from the bank and you're supposed to pay back at 15%. That's the interest rate to pay back the loan. He goes to them and says, you know what? I know you're owing my boss. He's on his way back. And he's going to collect his whole money in full. Instead of paying the 15% back, what I want you to do is pay the loan back with just 2%. And he did that for all the people that were owing his boss. So when the boss came back, all the debts were paid and all of that. What was he doing? He knew his boss was going to fire him. He had messed up already. But he went and sought favors with these other people so that when his manager eventually fires him, he still has a way to advance. It's this thing that a lot of Christians have not learned. We've not learned. You see people who, in the name of, I'm the light of the world, a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. I'm higher than the rest. Or you hear people say things like, this world is not, I'm in the world, but I'm not of this world. And so all these principles that should go without saying, we refuse to think about them. We refuse to think about them. And so when it's now time to advance, we struggle. Let me give you another analogy. If you're going to plant a tree, you wanted to plant an apple tree, for instance, what do you think are the requirements for the tree to be planted, for the seed to grow into a tree? You need a viable seed, yes? What else do you need? You need water, you need sunlight, salt? Soil, oh good, okay. You need soil, good soil, right? You need air. You need time. I don't want to talk about that because that would take me on another tangent. But sometimes we undervalue that thing called time. If only you would give yourself some time for what you're doing. You want to make it today. You want to make it today. And I don't really blame people. There's a lot of pressure from the society. You must be first 30 under 30. Not necessarily. I said once before, in the game of success, they are not catching latecomers. So whatever you succeed at, make haste to do it and succeed in good time. But you don't need to stress yourself regarding that. It's like you have a bamboo tree, the Chinese bamboo is planted in the ground. Other seeds might take 10 days to sprout. This one takes 3.5 years. So you can't now be comparing yourself as a Chinese bamboo with a bean seed that sprouts in 10 days. So time is of the essence. But when you think about it, a good farmer that wants to plant seed would consider the things that they can do that are within their control. Make sure the seed is viable so I can put it in the ground. Make sure I have good soil. If it means going to get soil from somewhere to put it in, just to make sure I have the upper hand. They put all those measures in place, but there are things that are beyond their control that they still need to rely on. Sunlight. Sunlight. Now, here's the difference. I was doing some research and I found that Canada, as harsh as the weather is still able to export some fruits. Fruits that you would not expect to be grown in Canada. For example, Canada is the second largest exporter of blueberries, cranberries. Canada makes wine now. From where? Grapes. These are fruits that you don't expect will grow in a climate like Canada. But how are they able to do it? You know what they've done? They've grown in science to the point where even if there is no sunlight, they can still artificially create the kind of light that is required for plants to go about the process of photosynthesis. Even if there is no water, they can make plants. So now you would say, oh, if I want to plant some fruits, I have to wait for the rainy season, right? Because this fruit somehow needs a lot of water. But they came up with something called irrigation. And so now you don't have to rely on rain and what you would consider a natural factor that is outside of your control. You can do irrigation now. You can irrigate your farmland. And so something that is meant to be a factor that is outside of your control is not something you can monitor. It's an advantage you can have. Many believers don't understand this. And so all we do is when we get to the office, we just walk and do our thing. And when it's time for midweek service, we leave. And when it's time for prayer and fasting, we leave. And then we pray and we fast and we do all those. But we wonder why people who do not even have the kind of advantage we have in Christ are getting further than us. Is it that God is not looking at our prayers? Or God doesn't care about how much we fast? No, God is impartial. The Bible says that he causes rain to fall on the just and the unjust. The favor of God is a thing. Let's not discredit that. But how favor works is this. If you think about Moses, when Moses went before Pharaoh and he was going to put his rod down, guess what? The other magicians came and put their rod down. That tells you the same rod that the Egyptians had is the same one you have. And so by the time you level the playing field, it is at that point that the favor of God comes to play. So Moses' rod would then swallow the rods of the Egyptians. Does that make sense? So there's favor, yes. But you have to level the playing field. Some of us have not learned to level the playing field. That's what I mean by the culture of work. What is your culture of work? Look in your office. You're saying, oh, I'm not advancing as quickly as I thought I would advance. Are there things that you're not doing? Are there things that you're leaving to chance that you can actually lean forward and grasp and bring within the confines of things you can control? There are things like that. Understand what I'm saying? Definitely, there are things that you will not be able to control. Success is preparation, hard work, opportunities, time and chance. Yes, but that time and chance, can you reduce it to the barest minimum such that your own life and the probability of your success is at least controlled? There are things you can do. I have found in my 10 years of experience that believers, for example, don't know how to sell themselves. It's a problem. You're good at what you do, but in the name of, oh, the Bible says be humble. You can't post on LinkedIn about what you've done. I'm telling you this because it was my own experience. I learned the hard way. I'm good at stuff. And people are having to beg me, Showcase, talk about this thing. Talk about this thing. I think the problem many believers have is they think, when the Bible says, do things in secret. What the Bible said to do in secret is pray. Not walk in secret. Pray in secret, but let your work be revealed. It shouldn't come as a shock that in the workplace, it is those that are able to shout the loudest that get the most attention. Is it true? Those that shout the loudest get the most attention. And so people have now perfected, that's where people take it to the extreme. Any consultants in the house? Consultants are notorious for this. All talk. I'm playing, but it's true. All talk. So I went for a conference towards the end of last year. I think it was I forget what country, the Black BPTN conference. And then I went to one of the sessions. And these people came from, I won't mention the company, they came from, and then they were like, we have this tool, it's AI. And, the tool can, you can do whatever, you can integrate it. And we wanted to be the first to launch in, so we put in $250 million. Yay! I know. Ladies and gentlemen, they were talking about co-pilot. Co-pilot. Just say it's co-pilot. Oh, no, with the consultants are perfected. It's a skill, mind you. But what I'm saying is, if you decide to sell yourself where there's nothing to be sold, it will cast. So it is true that, you have to have content, but learn to sell yourself. Learn to sell yourself. I was talking to somebody recently. This is somebody who is a designer, one of the best designers I've ever seen. And then he said, so I asked him, why are you not, where's your portfolio? And he goes, I only deal with referrals. I just do. See, if you don't learn this, nobody will refer you. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Have you experienced this before? Where you know that you are the man for the job, you're the best person to do this thing that you're looking to do. But it's just as though, because you have not opened your mouth to talk, they just bypass you. It sails over your head. That's the essence. You need to learn to sell yourself. Branding is a thing. If you don't learn it, you're going to struggle. Come on, are you with me? If you don't learn it, you're going to struggle. I was speaking to one of the directors, the managing directors, when I was at Morgan Stanley. This was like 8 years ago. And I asked him, I said, what does it require? What will it take to advance? You're a managing director, you've been for several years now. And I know people have come and have gone in this organization. What would it take to grow, to advance to the point where, you are a captain of industry and all that? And he says, in Morgan Stanley, if you are going to grow, you must understand that what the people are asking, Morgan Stanley is a what have you done for me lately kind of organization. What have you done for me lately? So your first year, you created this big solution, this beautiful solution. And that's the only thing they've known you for the last 5 years. You're not going to grow. You're not going to grow. You have to keep talking about it. You have to keep talking about it. Separate the whole, this humility Again, I'm not asking you to be proud because have you gone on LinkedIn lately? That's not. I want to announce to you that I'm breathing oxygen. I'm happy to announce to you. Some people overdo, but do you have value? Learn to package it. Learn to brand it. Learn to sell it. People are only going to be attracted where there's value. If you have not learned to package and sell your value, you're going to be shortchanged. Come on, are you with me? The second thing you need to learn, and this is also, it also aligns with building your value or selling your value, is scaling up. In the last 10 years, I've realized that the bane of many people, especially people of faith in the career space, is this lackadaisical contentment attitude. A lot of us are immigrants. A lot of people in the room today, you came from somewhere. Do you know how bad it is for somebody who was driven, where they were slaving you, maybe in Nigeria, for example, you were working extremely hard. You wake up in the morning at 4 a.m. to get to your destination, and then you're there, you only get back home at 11 p.m., and then the next day you wake up at 4 a.m. again to do the whole same thing, and then on Saturday and on Sunday, you have time for church and for family. And so you don't really have rest time. You're slaving and working that level of diligence. And then you come to a place where there's a bit more structure. And instead of keeping the same resilience, at least just maybe toning it down to the level that is required, you are seeing more comfort. You have been working extra to earn little. So in your mind, you're thinking, now that I'm earning a lot, let it catch up. So I'm not going to work as hard. People just have no drive anymore. And so where they are is where they've been since they came. You're not going to grow that way. You're not going to grow that way. What are you doing to improve yourself? What are you doing to get better? How are you skilling up? Sometimes you say, oh, I want to take the seat of my boss. Do you have the skill set that your boss has to continue on in his position? And it's the way some of us pray sometimes. Oh Lord, advance my career. You have not advanced your career by yourself. And you're trusting for God to give you a miracle. You know what will happen? Even if God does that miracle and you advance, you're going to come back down next to immediately because you don't have the capacity to remain there. And so there has to be a process to skill up, a process to continue improving. There's a saying, they say, jack of all trades, master of none. Who has heard that before? Do you know what it means? Jack of all trades, master of none. First off, many people don't complete the quote. It is not jack of all trades, master of none. It is jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. And so in skilling up, I know you can write Python. What else can you do? I know you know Java. What else can you do? Especially in this time and age, I was trying to, you see, this AI generation, if you don't skill up, they will forget you. And it will happen with ease. I was trying to write a Python, I used to do Python long ago, until the Lord saved me. I don't do Python anymore. I tell people to do Python. Praise God. But in my mind, I'm like, there's some things in my life that I need to automate. I can do these things better. I can improve in this area just to save time. And so I went on ChatGPT and I said, write me a Python script to do X, Y, Z. Enter. Thinking. And I kid you not, in less than a minute, it wrote my whole script with comments. So comments are a guide to help you. So, oh, this means you're doing this. Okay, how do I run this script? How do I set up the environment? Oh, you need to download this. This is step one. Run this command in your bash. So the Python that you're carrying on your head, a tool can do it. Easily. No, scratch that. The Python you're carrying on your head, a free tool can do it. So what then sets you apart? What then sets you apart? I understand the whole essence of being a specialist, or I'm a specialist, and this is all I do. But that thing can land you in hot water, especially in our day. See, do multiple things. Importer, exporter, general overseer. I can do and undo. Let that be your life. There's a place for focus, yes. Hone your talent, hone your skills. But be handy. Learn other things. You can't lock yourself into one area. You will be exposed. You're going to be exposed. Learn soft skills. Learn how to negotiate. Learn how to present. Learn how to communicate. I can't tell you how many times I wanted to write an email at the office, and I drafted it, and I looked at it, I'm like, no, this is not C-level email writing. And then I copy it, sanitize it. ChatGPT, can you rephrase this? You don't laugh like you don't do it. I know you all do it too. It's not just me. Just find a way to improve. There are courses on communication you can take. There are courses on presentation you can take. Don't just hide yourself in the same bubble and every email they send you, acknowledge. There are better ways to say it. Get better. There are things, so that's the thing now. Sometimes we think it's only about the hard skills. Let me tell you an experience I had. When I was interviewing for my role at Morgan Stanley, I was in my master's then, and in the pool, they didn't really care whether it's master's or undergrad. It doesn't really matter. So they bring you all into a room, and I knew. So these people are technical, computer science folks. I didn't do computer science. The school I went to, the programming that we learned, we were writing it with hand. So it was not really programming at all. Do you understand what I'm saying? These guys had done computer science. They were the bosses, They would write a script for you there. I knew. I don't know. And so they put us together on a table. Like, okay, group activity. They just want to observe. When they said they just want to observe, I knew what they want to do. They want to see your behavioral traits. And that's where the leader in me came out. And so we are like 8 on a table. They gave us some props, gummies, toothpicks. Said, create a structure. And at that point, you understand, that's not the time to be trying to show, I can do it. Simple, okay, let them try, just coordinate. And so I come on the scene, everybody is saying, oh, we need to do this. Oh, what do you think? That's a good idea. Do you think we can? How about you? What do you think? That's how I got the job. It's those soft skills sometimes. And guess what? Sometimes you overestimate how good your technical skills are. For those of us in programming, you think you are the best. I've told you, ChatGPT has come. And so they need somebody who, for example, might need to present what ChatGPT is saying. That's soft skill. So you're getting to a point where you're no longer going to need to sit down and write code in your IDE. For example, you're not going to need to do that anymore. And so you have to think, how do I scale up? How do I improve? How do I get better? Sometimes in getting better, it means you starting from the bottom. Because you're just starting off. Say, for example, you're a freelancer. You're just starting off. You're trying to build your portfolio. What is the best thing for you to do at that point? Go and intern. Build the skill. Skill up any way you know how. Build the skill. But no, you've only done one project. The next person that is calling you, you are billing the person. How much to do this? Oh, $1,000. Who are you? What have you done? I will never forget this. There's a photographer who had been doing photography for long in the UK. He moved to Canada, and obviously he has to build his market base again because this is a new environment. He's good at what he does, but he doesn't have a market. And so we meet at a conference many years ago, and he knows who I am. Oh, from the preaching and the pictures and everything. And he looks at me and goes, oh, you're Pastor Bright? I say, yes. Oh, very nice to meet you. You know what? I'm a photographer. I would like you to take a photo of you and your family for free. Till today, he's the one I use for my pictures. See, if at that point, he gets, oh, how much? Oh, I've been doing this for 15 years. I normally would charge 2,000, but I can give you 1,008. That's what some of you will do. In the name of, See, sometimes You just need to understand. Positioning, that's the third point I'm talking about now. Understanding relationships and mentorships will help you. Many Christians don't get far in career because they haven't learned this one. In your mind, you are the righteousness of God in Christ Jesus. You are not of this world, but you are in the world. You are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy people, a peculiar people, a holy nation, to show forth the praises of him who has called you out of darkness into his marvelous. So I'm called out, I don't deal with darkness. That's no way to live. That's no way to behave. Sometimes you're going to have to go for those happy hours. I'm telling you, I'm a pastor. I know what I'm saying. You ain't going to see me in no nightclub. I'm not saying you go to a nightclub. But for God's sake, where is the relationship? Your circle can't all be Christians. You're not going to grow that way. Think about it now. If you're up, you're looking at the pyramid example I gave you. People at the top, they want to bring you into their circles. There are no Christians there. How will you get there? Some of us, by association, we just excuse ourselves from the growth that God wants for us. You have to learn relationships. Go for the happy hour. Go for that talk. Go for that activity. Of course, you have to draw boundaries. Apostle called it contact without contamination. You have to draw those lines, but it's necessary. It's extremely necessary. I struggled with this when I started off my career 10 years ago. What? People are going to have drinks? I'm not going. I don't drink. I'm not asking you to drink. Just go with them. Build the relationships. Because I'm telling you, somebody got hired on my team recently. And guess how the person got hired? It was a phone call. The person did not apply. They just called him up. Oh, there's a role here. Come. How did that relationship form? They had met somewhere, talked somewhere, built connection somewhere. But you is only, in the workplace I do work and outside I do church. It won't help you. It won't help you. Think about mentorship. See, I struggle with mentorship in my life. I'm telling you my experiences. I struggle with mentorship. In my life, I'm like, this whole mentorship thing is just an avenue for you to subjugate someone. Somebody has to be following you. I'm doing like this. I'm doing like this. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you have to tell the person what to do. What's that? I can figure it out on my own. I figured for a long time. Back then, they'll tell you, if you want to advance in your career, you need to have sponsors. Has anybody heard that kind of thing before? So you have a mentor and you have a sponsor. A mentor is somebody who guides you on how to grow and develop. A sponsor is somebody who champions you to grow. Get both of them. Get all of them. Again, it's the relationships and the mentorships you have in your life that will make a difference. It makes a huge difference. Many Christians don't think about it. And these are the things that non-believers have understood and perfected. While we are staying in our closet praying. Remember, God gives rain to the just and the unjust. Rain is to the just and the unjust. You have to also take initiative and give yourself an upper hand. Give yourself the upper hand. So think about mentorships. There are different levels of mentorship you have in your life. There are role models and mentors, those who are high up there, that you would learn from. As they're talking to you, you are taking notes. You would also have peer mentors. One thing that has disqualified many people, I don't know, is this ego thing. You went to school with someone, the person is doing well, the person has quote unquote blown. But you are still for me, you are no classmates again. No? You are no longer classmates. Don't deceive yourself. You are no longer classmates. You are no longer classmates. Know when to say, fam, teach me this thing. Mentor me. I have peer mentors in my life. I do. You hack this thing at 23. I want to learn. I want to know. And you must be able to humble yourself to get to that point where you're able to learn. Learn from somebody who you once thought, we are on the same level. You must also have mentees. People you are training. People you are learning. Because you can't just see, if you just keep taking in, you're going to become obese. So you have to have a way to dispense. Let me tell you why. Life is a circle. The person who you are pouring into today may become somebody who's going to aid you in the future. You just don't know. You don't know. There's no way to tell these things. And so this person has helped you, or you helped the person growing up. Now the person is getting somewhere to a level in their career, they are making it and all that. And you still feel like you want to call his number anyhow. No, you can't do that anymore. The stakes have changed. And so he was very intentional about relationships. Very intentional about relationships. The last thing I'll talk about is what I want to call the law of focus. A lot of us are all over the place. I'll tell you, see, as somebody who could do or not do growing up, name it, I could do it. I could sing, I could do science class, I could do arts class, I could do business class. Name it. I could play football. I was in a drama group. I led the drama group in my university for 2 years. So, drama king. Yeah. What couldn't I do? Sometimes it can be confusing. Because at that point, you're not asking, God, which one are you calling me to focus on? Or some of you, it's just the one thing you know how to do. I know how to play FIFA. I want to play FIFA. But you must learn what is called the law of focus. Now, there are different variants to this story. Warren Buffett, one time, had a pilot. And the pilot was wondering, how can I succeed in life? How can I manage my time better? And when Buffett called him and said, I want you to list out the top 5 things that are of most importance, of paramount importance to you in life. Write them out. What are the top 5 things? Some people say he said it, the one thing or the 2 things. The one I heard is 5. So he wrote 5 things and said, write the other things out, write the rest. Just write everything in order of priority. And the pilot wrote everything out. And then Warren Buffett said, now, look at number 1 to number 5, keep them, draw a line after number 5. Cancel the rest. The rest are distractions. Focus only on the top 5. In life, you're going to have distractions come. In these 10 years, I have had distractions of my own. There was a time in my life where I wanted to write code to develop an app. It was a distraction. Because there are a bunch of other things that I know God was calling me to, things that I knew I could have focused on and achieved. If I had not spent the time focusing on those things, I won't be where I am today. So you must find what exactly it is God is asking you for, what God has called you to do. It could be one thing, it could be 2 things, it could be 3 things, it could be 5 things. Guess what? Different people are at various levels of capacity. That's why Jesus can tell you his story and say a rich man is traveling. He gave one person 5 talents, he gave one 2 talents, he gave one 1 talent. It is because they have built their capacity to those certain levels. So if your focus means you are doing just the one thing in the now, focus on that. If it means you are doing just the 2 things in the now, focus on that. And you must be honest enough to assess yourself. What's my capacity? How much can I take on? How much can I do? And then when you find those things, you can then delegate the rest or figure out a way to push those aside. Prioritize what your focus will be. It's extremely important. Because when you don't, you realize that you don't have time. You won't have time for anything. A lot of people ask me this question sometimes, Pastor Bright, how do you combine ministry? I hope you know this ministry thing is not part-time. It's full-time ministry with a full-time job, with a full-time music ministry, and everything else aside, with a wife and a family, a son that requires attention. That's lots of energy. So how do you put all these things together? If I tell you it's grace, it's true. But I have pushed some things away. There's some things I would have thought, so sometimes I play football to keep fit. But if you tell me today, they are auditioning somewhere to play football, it's not my calling. As much as I would have loved to be Lionel Messi, the mercy of God did not reach there where I'm concerned. That was good, right? Yeah. Okay. But the point is this, as I round off. If you're going to advance in life, if you're going to advance in your career, see, there are things that other people who don't have what you have are doing and are excelling that you must start doing. There's a kind of culture and a mindset you must have. This idea of I separate myself and I don't do anything else is killing many people. It's robbing many people of the glorious destiny God has in store for them. Think about what God has called you to do. Go into all the world and make disciples of all nations. You need influence for that. And if you're going to build that influence, you have to get to the right places. If you're going to get to the right places, you have to do the right things. You have to do the right things. Sometimes it's not only hard work. You will work hard, but you also work smart. You will also work right. And it is only then that those doors will begin to open. You have been praying for favor all along, praying for favor all along. But I know that if somebody were to sit with you and just look at the way your life is going, there are things you can tweak by yourself before the favor of the Lord comes. Start doing those things now. Start doing those things now. And on that note, I rest my case. Thank you for listening.
A round of applause again for Pastor Bright. He said a lot of things that resonated with me. He said a lot of things that some of us haven't heard before. He said a lot of things that some of us are hearing for the first time. And I've known him since 2009, I believe. And as he said, I first knew him as a drama king. And then I knew him as a soccer star. And then I knew him as a student when he moved to Canada, and then a pastor, and now an industry leader in cybersecurity. And I know there are other things that he's even still yet to do. I know he has done a bunch of businesses. He does music, he does real estate. He just does this thing here and there. And I'm happy he said many of these things as a pastor. Because if you hear some of these things outside the context of ministry, you would think that is the devil speaking. But wisdom is what? It's profitable to direct. So I hope we've been able to take some gems out of this. We will be having a Q&A session, so please just connect to the Slido app as we did earlier, and then you can just start popping your questions so we could ask him live. Some of the things I took away from this is learn how to sell yourself. I know coming from immigrant backgrounds, what we were told growing up is just what? Work hard. Put your head down. Anything that tells you to put your head down, that's the end. Put your head down and work hard. Your work will speak for you. When I moved to Canada, that thing used to annoy me. There was this guy on my team. He was doing the least work on my team, but he spoke the loudest. And whenever my senior director was on the floor, he was just like, oh, hey, Beth, guess what? I'm like, bro, I trained you. I'm not telling Beth, guess what? You're doing one solution, I'm doing 10 solutions. I'm not saying guess what. But at the end of the day, he just kept selling himself. And then I had to sit back, swallow my pride and ego and say, this man is actually doing something I should be doing. So guess who started saying, Beth, guess what? I started talking to Beth. Beth, guess what? And that's how I, started getting noticed on the team. So please don't just hide behind your cubicle, or if you work remotely, behind your computer. Try to speak and speak when needed. And for some of us that also don't go for some of these social events, that is the best place to actually let your boss know your value, because people promote who they like. They don't promote who did the best job. If you are liked, they will make room for you. If you are liked, they will call you out of nowhere and say, you should be here right now, come through. But if they don't know you or they don't like you, it's like, oh, okay, bro. Yeah, he just works on the product team. It's just he does good work, but nothing out of the ordinary. So please make sure you sell yourself. We have the Slido link on the screen, so please join that so you can put up your questions. Another thing is challenging us to grow. It is important to grow. Yes, you've achieved one thing, but continue. As a Nigerian, the day you graduate from university, what is the question? What's next? After you get your first job and you've made money, they start saying, so what's next? And then you introduce them to somebody and say, this is the person in my life. What's the next question? And after you get married, what do they tell you? What next, children? When your first child is like 2 or 3, they'll call you and be like, what's next? So it's an unending cycle. So please, let's also apply that in our personal lives and also look forward to what is next. So far, have you been having a good time? So far, has this been useful? So far, has this been a good use of your weekend? I'm hearing the yes is not yesing. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. So please, let's just put up our questions. It will be coming up to answer them right now. The law of focus. That thing is very important. Who finds it hard focusing on just one thing? Me, I find it hard focusing on one thing. I find it hard focusing on one thing. If I want to do something, I'll do everything around it to do it. You know how some people can just focus on that one thing? No. Me, I would like just be going back and forth, and then at the end of the day, I get things done. It's also a good way to get things done. All right, I see we're having some questions up on the projector. I'm just going to walk around to read some of them. How do you know exactly what to focus on? You don't know. Let me tell you something. This mic I'm holding, do you know I started holding mic? One of my church members, the day of his wedding, after the ceremony, his MC canceled on him. And he looked at me. He said, Benga, you're a youth leader. You used to do memory verse when you were in teenage church. You used to do music presentation. You can talk to a crowd. God will not shame me. Take the mic and MC. And from just doing that event that I did not plan to do, look at me now hosting events around the world just from doing that. So knowing what to focus on is not the most important question. The most important question is knowing what not to focus on. And how do you know what not to focus on? By knowing what doesn't interest you, by doing things and saying, okay, it's really hard, I can do better elsewhere. So you channel your energy there. All right, we're having industry discussions next. I know when we're all coming in, we all got bracelets. Can I see your bracelet? Yeah, so those colors are coded to certain industries. And at this moment, we will be having those industry discussions. So I would like us to look around the room. We have different markers for different industries. So I want you to just find the industry you registered for and sit down there. And when I came in, I'm like, oh, I'm interested in a few industries, but there will be that one that you know that you should start with. So please start with that. So please, let's just start. You can scan your QR code again at the back of your lanyards, and then you can now just know what industry you registered for. I have some of them here. We have the healthcare, marketing. So healthcare is white, marketing is red, technology is black, content creation is white, music is pastel or pink, travel and real estate is orange, finance and banking is green, event and hospitality is blue, telecom is purple, human resource is gold, beauty and fashion is silver or gray. So if you have, I know the events team are still putting up the cards up. Oh, they're done. Okay, now. So now I think it's a time for us to just reshuffle and then move to whatever industry you signed up for. We have different facilitators.
So you can just make your way to whatever industry you're interested in. There will be somebody to facilitate the discussion and somebody to walk you through what you're going to be doing. So pick an industry that you're in, or you can pick an industry that you're interested in going to or entering. We'll have subject matter experts in there to help you answer any questions that you might have or navigate any challenges that you're experiencing in those industries. So just make your way down and get ready to engage in meaningful conversations.
Awesome. All right.
Again, please remember, this is not a
Hi, everyone. Okay, so good afternoon. All right, welcome to the branding masterclass. It's actually titled, Can My Skills Really Make Money? So it's more about money than branding. But that makes sense, because what's the point of branding that's not profitable? I don't even know what that is. It has to be profitable in some way, either to grow your career, to grow your business, to grow your network, which all boils down to money in one form or another. So welcome to our masterclass. And this is Sell Your Skills. That's the outcome, that's the point, and that's the motive for our discussion and conversation this afternoon. It is a conversation, so I'm going to engage you. Just be ready to respond and to share. So anybody, why did you decide to come to this particular masterclass? Thank you. Your name and the response. Bolaji. Beautiful. She's got so many ideas, but then the question is, how exactly do you market it? How do you create content? How do you sell it? Anybody else? One more person. Yes, please.
So I'm in third year at University of Toronto in pharmacy school. So when I finish, I've always been thinking, I should probably carry a card saying Doctor Pharmacy.
Yeah.
Get the LinkedIn thing. Just look professional, right? Sell my brand. So that's why.
Thank you. What's your name? Chris. I like the range. So an entrepreneur and, a doctor of pharmacy, at least almost. So, yeah. And that is beautiful because it's the representation of all of us. As a matter of fact, I think that most of us are both. You are a professional, you actually have a 9 to 5 by day, and then you're an entrepreneur by night and on weekends. That's so many of us. Maybe even doing multiple businesses, and in some cases, multiple roles, especially when you have to work remotely. Either way, whatever it is, whoever you are, whatever your career path is, you can sell your skills and you should sell your skills. People often say that if your work is so good, it would speak for itself. But I don't know about that. Your work needs a voice, and there's nothing wrong with yours. So maybe we can start with yours. And that's what this masterclass is about. How do you convert your skills from being just skills to solutions that people are willing to pay for, regardless of how they pay you, whether it's a salary or whether it's a commission or whether it's a project fee. The important thing is that you're getting paid. So let's begin. The question that we all have to ask at some point, and then I prefer that we answer today, actually, is can my skills really make me money? What kind of skills are in the house? Can you just, give it back to me? What skills do you have? Designing? Writing? Creating? Planning? Content creation? Negotiation? Research. Can those skills really make me money? I mean, research, okay, sounds great, but how do I convert that to money? Well, that's the big question that we are asking, and we will answer. But then, does anyone else wonder, because I do sometimes, if you are talented, if you have the experience, why is it then that you're still relying on other people to grow financially? Why is it then that you're still relying on other people to get clients, to get payment, to get hired, to get sponsorships? If you're as good as you say you are, you're good at design, content creation, research, writing, planning, negotiation, and all of those good stuff that you guys have said. If all of that is true, then why does it seem so hard? Why do you still have to rely on referrals, on family and friends, and on support from people that you know? I remember listening to Pastor Bright's keynote earlier. He was talking about someone who's a great designer, but then who said, "Oh, I only get clients through referrals." How are you? Through referrals. And it doesn't sound bad until you think about the fact that it's limiting in some way. So if nobody talks about you, you're not going to get paid. That is a problem. If you're truly talented, it shouldn't be that way. If you're truly experienced, it shouldn't be that way. But is there anyone who is wondering, I'm talented? I mean, some people don't have the talent. That's a different conversation. Some people don't have the skills at all. But then you're thinking, I write well, why am I still here? Anybody, you've thought about that before? I should be further along by now. Anybody? Why does it feel so hard? How come I'm still here? Okay. Yeah, I'm glad that it's not just one person or just two people, because there are so many of us. And if you've ever struggled to thrive in a new season, if you've ever struggled to break out in a new location, if you've ever found it difficult to pivot your skills into a new situation, then you are definitely not alone. Because as we've seen this afternoon, there are other people with their hands up. And I have been in that situation myself before. My name is Tolu Michaels, in case we've never met. And a few years ago, I got married, relocated to a new city, and I didn't know anybody there. I also, in the process, it wasn't intentional, but in the process, I also lost my job, and nobody knew me. I didn't have the money to start a business, because what I would have probably done was to buy and sell. I used to do that as an undergraduate. So I'd have probably just done that, but I didn't have the capital. I didn't have the clients, and of course, I didn't have the recognition because nobody knew who I was. It was a completely new place. And over the years, I moved from that to becoming a renowned strategist, trained over 28,000 entrepreneurs, and writing to an audience of 50,000 people weekly. And I have clients in several countries of the world. This is not even a, should I say, a unique story. You would have heard several stories like this, especially now. And the big lever is technology. Because of technology, you can actually help people without them taking your time. You don't have to travel physically to support people from other countries. But here's what I want to point out to you, that I was in a new season, and I was in a new location, and a new phase of my life, but I still found a way to grow, and you can as well. In that time, I got lots of recognition at home and abroad. This is not full, but it wasn't for, to be clear, the job that I left when I relocated was investment banking. So I didn't get all of these recognition or opportunities as an investment banker. It was just for something new that I was doing. So the first thing I want to say to you today is you are allowed to move from who you used to be to who you're supposed to be now. You don't have to keep doing the same thing because that's what you've always done. You don't have to remain the same person because that's who you've always been. And you don't have to do the same thing because that's what people knew you with or knew you for. You're allowed to change and grow. You're allowed to learn. And if you're truly learning, you will change, and it's okay. The second thing that I wanted you to know is that you can figure out anything. Whether you're in a new place, whether you're in a new season, whether you're in a new industry, you can figure it out. And you have the capacity and ability to do that. Do you agree with me? Yes. I shared my story because I wanted to say I qualify to talk about this because I've been there. And in that time, I mean, it hasn't all been smooth. I've lived a normal life. I've had 2 kids. I've made mistakes. I've lost money. I've lost people. I've lost loved ones. I've gotten incredible opportunities. I've also gotten lots of unreasonable no's. You know, the type of no that somebody will say to you, and then you're like, this doesn't make sense. Like, there's absolutely no reason why you should reject me. Yeah, that has also happened. And I have thought of quitting severally, but I did not. I'm still here. And these things are not location-based. They're not location-based. So if you ever felt like, oh, it's only, you know, back at home where I'm coming from, many of us are from different places and we've been here for different amounts of time. If you've ever felt like, oh, it's only back at home that I could do this, that's not true. That's so not true at all. And interestingly, I recently got a great scholarship, a $65,000 scholarship for this work. Yeah, you can clap. Thank you. It wasn't because of my investment banking experience or anything. It was just because of what I'm doing now. I'm a brand positioning strategist. That's it. And that's here. So it's not location-based. You can sell yourself anywhere. You can sell your skills anywhere. And you can allow yourself to be that person who gets opportunities everywhere. That's what our conversation today is about, being the kind of person who gets opportunities everywhere. And if there's anything I've learned from all of this story that I've shared and from this process, is that how you show up determines what you're paid. It's not about where you're from. It's not about the location. It's not about your age. It's not even about your size. It's just about how you show up. How you show up determines what you're paid. You know, people often say that, oh, if your work is great, it would speak for itself. I said that earlier. Your work needs a voice, and there's nothing wrong with yours. Would other people talk about your work? Yes. But if you do not start, if you do not believe in yourself, if you do not invest in yourself, it's too much to ask somebody else to do that when you haven't even done it for yourself. So how you show up determines what you're paid. Everybody would call you what you call yourself. When we think about people who have nicknames, we didn't come with that knowledge that, oh, this is so-and-so person's nickname. We heard it. Some people started their own nicknames themselves. We just heard somebody saying it, and then we did it. I read a book a few years ago called Show Up, and it became an Amazon bestseller in multiple categories instantly when it launched. And from the book, I started a podcast, started a community called Show Up Circle, etc. Somebody jokingly called me Show Up Queen, and then I started to say, oh, okay, Show Up Queen, and then I had a t-shirt called Show Up Queen. And now people call me Show Up Queen. Does it matter that I called myself first? No. Another example, if you want to start getting speaking engagements, this is just by the way, but let me just say this. If you want to start getting speaking engagements and nobody has called you yet, do you know you could literally start a podcast, make a poster with your face as the guest or the host or whatever you refer to yourself as, but the point is your face is on a poster. Once people start seeing your face on posters, it occurs to them that, oh, we can invite this person and this person's face can be on our poster. But you started it first. Everybody would call you what you call yourself. How you show up determines what you're paid. Did you get that? Absolutely. So that's something I've learned along the way, and I would like to share with you today some more concepts about how you can turn your skills into a profitable business that makes money and that makes a difference. I started this conversation about money because that's the topic that I was given. Can my skills really make me money? And I like to talk about money, and shortly I'll tell you why. And how can you do this without losing yourself, without losing the essence of who you are, without losing your authenticity, while still being your same person, while still being vocal about the values that you care about? How can you become the kind of person who makes a difference and makes a living with your skills? How to attract ready-to-buy clients, how to strategically position yourself, how to leverage your expertise or package your expertise, and the secrets to becoming a marketable brand. They're not really secrets. It's just that even people who know them don't practice them. So they're not as common as they should be. But I'll share. All right. This is Brenda. Brenda has services like design. Somebody said design. So Brenda is a designer, and she's always looking for people to buy her services. She's always looking for people to pay her to design. And this is Benita, same gender, so that there's no, there's no bias like, oh, okay, why is it the guy that is looking for people? Or why is it the girl that is fully booked? Okay, we're not doing that here. So, and this is Benita. She has services. She's fully booked out, and she's booked out months ahead. Same thing. She's also a graphic designer. So who do you want to be, Brenda or Benita? Who wants to be a Brenda? Any hand? Nobody. Everybody's like, who's Brenda? Spell Brenda. No, not me. Okay, a Benita. So you want to be the person who creates services and people can't wait to book you. You want to be booked and busy. Yeah. So whether you're a designer, a researcher, a content creator, a writer, a photographer, a fashion designer, a dressmaker, whatever it is, you want to be booked and busy. Whether you're a data analyst, whether you're a brand strategist or a business coach, you want to be booked and busy. There's an African proverb that says there are many roads that lead to the market. So I want to warn you, you would have heard tons of stuff about how to monetize your skills or how to market your brand or any combination of those words. The interesting thing about it is that they all work. I hear cynical people saying, oh, there's so many coaches, there's so many experts, there's so many this, everybody's saying something. And you can get as cynical and skeptical about it as you want, but I promise you, most of the time they work. It just depends on who's working it. And then it's also the fact that people don't really know how to stay with something. So believe me, there are many roads to the market. And the important thing is to get there. They all work. All the roads are valid. But you need to think about which one is mine. What's the best path for me? How can I make the most of what I've been given based on my situation, based on my journey, based on where I'm at? Because we're all different. And that is the beauty of this conversation we're having today. Because of technology, okay, how many designers are here? You're a designer, whether UX, graphic, whatever you call yourself, you're a designer. Can you raise your hand? Thank you. Without too much stress, we already found 5 people. Content creator, anybody? Look at that. Writers, anybody? Look at that. Everybody can do basically what you do on a general level. Everybody can learn what you know. In fact, what you're about to learn now, there are multiple people learning at the same time. But here's the thing they cannot do. They cannot be you. They cannot walk in your shoes. They haven't walked in your shoes. They haven't come on the journey that you've come through. They haven't been where you've been. They don't know what you've known. They've not made the same mistakes you've made. And that's the difference. So it's not really about what path is the best path. It's actually about who is the person walking that path. So like I said, it all works. It depends on who's working it. So we can all do the same thing, and I'm going to do mine differently. That's what it means to stand out. It means to be different. But guess what? You don't need any effort there because you're already different. If all of us stood up, we're not the same, no matter, even if we were the same thing. So the idea is to lean into that difference. The idea is to discover what makes you different. You're already different, but discover what makes you different and then do it on purpose. So now do it intentionally. You realize that there's a way that you present your work that gets results. Lean into that. You realize that there's a way you tell stories that makes people laugh. Lean into that. Discover what makes you different and do it on purpose. So there can be as many designers as there are. That's not saturation, that's demand. It means people need the service. But how are you going to do it differently? Okay. So here are examples of all the things you could offer. I warned you already. So if you have any kind of skills, just to make it neat, here are 6 C's that your skills could fall into, 6 categories. And you can write this down, you can take a screenshot of it, you can just memorize it, doesn't matter. Because this is not even that important. What I wanted to say about this is that everybody can do any of this too. It's not really about the vehicle, it's about the destination. All these things are vehicles. So I was giving you an example of how I wrote a book, it became a bestseller. The things I put in my book, if you hire me to coach you, that's what I'm going to coach you on. It's just that now I would contextualize it, and now there's opportunity for you to talk, tell me about your specific problems, and then maybe along the way there's a detour because of a specific opportunity that came to you. But it's really the same thing being packaged in a different container. That same thing could be pre-recorded as a course. As a matter of fact, when my book sold out, I decided to do digital experience, and then we got voiceover artists, just to make it interesting. Each chapter is read by somebody else, and then the chapter comes with a transcript, etc. So it's called Show Up the Digital Experience. But guess what? It's the same book. It's just that now there are voices, there are transcripts, there are worksheets, there are bonuses, and then you go through it like you would a course. You actually log into a platform and you go through each chapter is, a module versus just reading the book at once. And then if you are that kind of learner, you would prefer it because then you can enjoy it in bite sizes. But it's the same. It's the same content, just repackaged to suit different situations. That's why I said this doesn't even matter. Many times we get stuck here. So what's the best way to offer my skills? No, the mistake that's being made there is you're putting the process before the problem. People pay to solve problems. The question to be asking is, what problem am I solving? Not what process am I using? Is the process important? Yes. But if you don't even understand the problem yet, I see this a lot where people say, oh, I'm so good at writing, so I should write an ebook. You've put the process before the problem. It doesn't matter whether you write an ebook or you create a course or you pre-record a speech or whatever. What matters is what problem are you solving? This is what people pay for. Now, of course, how you package it matters because, as you would imagine, my physical book in the bookstore is not the same price as the digital experience I just described to you. So there is something to be said for how you package it. But before people even decide to understand how much is it, how is it packaged, they've already decided to work with you. And that's what we need to optimize for. To be the kind of person that people want to work with, people want to hire, people want to learn from. After they've made that decision, that's when they will now try to understand what options do you have. So please avoid this mistake of putting the process before the problem because people will pay to solve problems. So how can you identify your own road to the market? I said there are several roads to the market, and then I showed you different processes through which you can offer a solution. How can you choose your own, your own route? How can you decide what your journey would look like? And this, I call it the profitable idea trial. If you're gonna really settle on a profitable idea, which is there anyone else who comes out of the shower with a new business idea like every 2 market days? That's definitely me. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God, I don't really like bad English. How can I create a solution for correcting people's English? But guess what? I didn't even drive my body before I told myself nobody wants to pay for that. So it's not even just about what you're passionate about. And I have a lot to say about passion, but today is not the time because we need to move to more important things. But if you're starting how to sell your skills with passion, you might mislead yourself. It tends to be overrated. You don't need to be passionate about website design to be a profitable website designer. I mean, you must like what you do. You must like the outcome, but do you need deep passion? Like, oh, I love websites. I think about websites at night. You don't. You absolutely do not. And because my topic today is really about how to, turn your skills into a profitable solution, I'm not really concerned about building a legacy business today, even though I'm all about that, and I am working on one. But when you are in a situation where you just need to move from level 1 to level 2, because that's where I was. When I relocated, I didn't know anyone. I had just gotten married. I didn't have a job. My priority was to have a steady flow of income. And in the process, you're going to learn a lot more about yourself. This is why it can be very misleading. Many times, you don't even know all the things you're passionate about because you haven't done all the things you could do. Yeah, so you can't tell. You actually can't tell. You haven't done all the things you could do yet. So allow yourself to respond to opportunities when they come. So that's that on that passion beat. But you must at least like what you're doing. I'll give you an example. There's a friend of mine. She studied HR for first and second degree. She was working in HR. And naturally, when it came to monetizing her skills, we stumbled on, it wasn't even a stumble. You can't guess what it was. Someone who has 2 degrees in HR. So I said, okay, CV revamp, you're good at this. You do it every day for your job. And then I noticed that every time, I share a strategy, she wasn't moving forward. She wasn't working on it. And then one day I called her out and said, listen, what's going on here? How is it that you're only talking to like 3 people per week when there are tons of people in just my network and your network who want someone to look at their CVs? And then she said, that she's worried about conflict of interest. In other words, she's scared of success. She doesn't want to be known as the person who does CV because she doesn't want people at her office to think, okay, you're in HR, you're reviewing CVs. How does that affect our own hiring process? That's kind of how passion is. If you don't like what you do enough to want to succeed at it, you will unknowingly limit yourself. So you do need to like what you're doing, but you don't need to be super passionate about it, dreaming about it, thinking about it. You just need to like it, at least enough to continue doing it. And is it purposeful? Of course, your skills and your business is not your purpose in life, but you must find meaning in it. It must at least be relevant to what you consider to be your purpose in life. So is it meaningful work? And it just depends on how you look at it. Something as simple as branding doesn't look like meaningful work. It depends on where you're looking at it from. But for me, it is absolutely meaningful because I've met many people who talk about how this work has impacted their family. Some of my clients have written bestsellers. Some of my clients have created communities that are helping thousands of people. Some of my clients have helped others to come out of terrible things like depression, divorce, etc. And some of my clients have just helped themselves. I mean, it's so meaningful for me when a woman calls me and says, I don't worry about my children's school fees anymore because you helped me create a seamless second stream of income. That is meaningful for me. So what's meaningful for you? And then, of course, there's profit. How do you know that the thing you want to do with your skills is profitable? The fact that other people are profitable. Evidence of profit. You decide that you want to hone in on a topic, go on Amazon, are there books on that topic with tons of reviews that people are buying? Do you know anybody who is doing well at it? When you tell yourself, oh, well, nobody is doing well at it, but then I'm going to be a trailblazer. It's nice, actually. And you should be. We all need pioneers. We all need trailblazers. But in this particular topic of just, making extra income from your skills, you can't afford to say you want to do something that nobody has done before. Do you know why? Because you're going to take a long time to train the market, and then it will take some time for you to actually reach that profit. There's some benefit to it, but it's like what Pastor Bright was saying earlier in his keynotes, which is, some opportunities are distractions. So just make sure you're not fighting the wrong battles. So how do you know that this thing you want to do is profitable? Look for evidence of other people who are profiting from it. It's that simple. If you ask someone, would you pay for this? Sometimes they'll lie to you. Have you ever put out a survey and people lied? People lie on surveys. How likely are you to? They'll say 5. They'll choose 5. Meanwhile, it's a 1. People lie on surveys a lot. So talk to real people, investigate real businesses, and then see from there. And for me, one of my own favorite ways of validating an idea for me is collecting money. I don't know. When somebody pays me to do something, oh yeah, it's validated. So talk to as many people as possible about it and see who is like, okay, I want that, right? Because at the end of the day, when you are more profitable, it means that you're not stuck. It means that you can move. It means you can afford to move from where you are physically. It means that you have more time. You can use money instead of using time. It means that you can upgrade your lifestyle. You can decide, okay, now this is the kind of school I want my kids to go, or this is the kind of house I want to live in, or this is the kind of environment I want to live in. And then you also have social freedom. The more successful you are, the more you don't have to, there's nothing you sort of like have to do. You choose to do. And there's a difference there. And then, of course, you have money freedom. You can give, you can save, you can spend, you can invest. So that's what more profit means. And just in case you're like, I don't know why we're talking about money so much. That's my topic. I want this for you, this. I want this for you, from your skills, to be able to see something, want it, make a decision, and go for it without thinking twice about, can I afford it? It's a good place to be, isn't it? Yeah. And honestly, if you're going to sustain your impact, you're going to need money. Like Brandon Bouchard said, you can't sustain the mission if you don't make the money. So one of the easiest ways to do good, actually, the only way to do good on a large scale is to do well. If you're doing well, then you can do more good. So I hope that with these points, I've convinced you. I've convinced you to want to make money from your skills. All those things that your family and friends pick your brain for free, it's okay, they're family and friends, but strangers can pay for it. So what do people pay for? What will strangers pay for? Results. It doesn't matter whether, passion, purpose, profit, all of those things are nice, but people pay for the results. So your brother or your cousin's girlfriend might say, oh, you're passionate about this stuff. Okay, you love drawing. Draw me. I'll pay you $20. Okay, that's just family and friends. But if you want to reach a crowd, an audience beyond your family and friends, you need to hone in on this, results. They don't even have to like you. They just need to want what you're offering. And if you've got results, they will come. So in the process of deciding which of your skills, of the many skills you get per week and many ideas you get per week, in the process of deciding which of those many ideas to follow through on, think about, what do I have the most results in? So maybe you're good with Canva. You're also good with Figma. You're also good with Adobe and different things. And then you also know how to make hair. But then you happen to be an accountant by day. Which of them do you have the most results in? Because if you're this person I just described, you can actually monetize any of those stuff. Any. But which one do you have the most results in? I think we miss this a lot. So you see why I said the hurry to say, oh, I'm going to create a coaching program. I'm going to create an ebook. I'm going to create a course. It doesn't matter. What do you have results in? What can you speak to with authority? What can you say, this is what I have done? At some point, I was a website designer. That's why I used that website design example. I wasn't dreaming about websites, but I liked the money, and it was okay. I liked the outcome. I wanted people to brand themselves better, and in most cases, they didn't even know what a personal brand website was, so I was happy to do it. But the first client I had, I never actually set out to be a website designer, to be honest. I just wanted to start my own business, because now I had lost my job, I didn't have enough money left, and I couldn't hire someone to do it, so I built mine. And so this lady walks up to me and says, I really like your website. And I'm like, okay, thank you. I want something like that. Oh, no, I'm not a website designer. I don't know how. I just did it myself. It was just for me. And then she said, no, I want it. Name your price. Oh, God. I wish I knew what I know now. I named the price. It wasn't a bad price, honestly. I mean, at that time and for how I wasn't even confident I'd only built mine, I think it was $600. And yeah, and from there, I built hers. She brought 2 friends, and then she brought 2 more clients. And so when people reach out to me, you know what I do? I didn't have like a portfolio then, because I was just starting, and I wasn't going to build websites for free just so I can have a portfolio. So what I did was, my homepage is 1 line. So I would say, oh, here are samples of my work. My homepage was 1, about page 2, work with me page 3, and then this other lady's website 2. I broke it down into different pages. Our sales page 4, like that. So I had like 10 samples from. Because at the end of the day, how you show up determines what you're paid. If you can confidently put it out there that, look, I've done this, and because of this that I did, here's what this person said. The lady, over the course of our work together, gave me like 3 different testimonials. When somebody pays, I should be like, wow, I got money without lifting a finger. It was automated, etc. That's 1. The next time she says, I was invited to something, that's 2. Yes, because I wanted to show that I had results. People actually don't care that much if you got the results for yourself, your cousin, your friend, your neighbor. The important thing is that you got the results. Too many people, instead of going after results, are still deciding what should their brand colors be, what should their Instagram handle be. No. Make the money first. Just get someone to pay you first. It's as simple. If you walked around this room and told every single person what you do, there will be somebody who wants what you're offering. You've just not talked about it enough. You're busy thinking, planning, arranging, doing aesthetics. Start talking. Tell people, I'm good at this. I know how to do this, and here is what I've done. Here is what I've done. I'm good at negotiation. Okay, what have you done? What deal did you negotiate? Here is what I've done. So important. If you take nothing away, please take that away. Here's what I've done. There's a myth that businesses based on your skills, your personal brand, your expertise, they are only a labor of love. They're not usually profitable. Well, I disagree. I don't even know how to disagree, but I wholeheartedly disagree. And what I'm telling you has helped me to not just bounce back from a job loss, but also to build a career that I love and a life that I enjoy. So I disagree. Maybe all the people you know, they just use their skills on the side. Their main money, they make it from somewhere else. I'm not that person. And I disagree with this. The truth is, it's not that your skills are not profitable. It's just that how you show up determines what you're paid. I hope you never forget that. How you show up determines what you're paid. It's not because of what you did or didn't do, how you look or didn't look. it's a sum total of how you showed up. Let's look at how you're currently showing up. Okay, so 4 ways to think about how you're showing up. Who would like to be my example? Okay, yes, you're a photographer, among other things. No, you can't stay. I can hear you from there. Or you can come so that everybody can see you. Okay, so what do you do?
I do my best, but I take pictures.
Okay, so he says he takes pictures. He's a photographer. And he does his best. Okay, so out of all the photographers that we know in the GTA, why should we come to you?
Thank you for that beautiful question. I appreciate it. Not everybody can come to me. I work with women who are 40 plus and over who want to show up as their best selves because they have been under promoted in the community.
Clap for him. So he's making a promise right there that even though you're middle aged, I'm going to help you show up as your best self. Even though you've been ignored, even though people have undermined you, even though people are overlooking you, I'm going to help you show up as the person that they should be looking up to. That's the promise that he's making. And yeah, so among other photographers, in a sea of photographers, why do you stand out?
Why do I stand out?
Or how do you stand out? How are you different? Let me put it that way.
I mean, there's nobody like me, first off. But with my packages, I don't just deliver digitals.
Okay.
I have products that people can own and have, because statistically speaking, the average lifespan of a digital image is 8 hours on Instagram. But if you have a legacy product that you print and put on your house, it has a 300-year lifespan. So I give people products that they would see, use, love, and own for a long time.
See, use, love, and own for a long time. Can you clap for him? Okay, so how are you sharing your work with people? How are people finding you?
There's a bit of networking, there's a bit of social media, there's a bit of advertising.
What do you share? When you advertise, what do you say? What's the message?
Well, the message is that you can show up as your best self even though you have been looked over.
You can show up as your best self even though you have been looked over. Can you give him a round of applause? Thank you. Really good. Thank you. Yes, you've explained my entire slide. There's nothing else to say. But yes, so if you can answer those questions for your business, for your skills, or for whatever you do, that's how you're currently showing up right now. So if you were to put your work on a TV, this is quite dated, but this is what would come back to you. And the one question I didn't ask him because it was hard, you know, especially when it's not tangible, is what do people feel about your work? But I can ask, anybody else. I need another, example. Are you ever going to forget this guy? No. Yeah, so tell them your name. Let me not do it. He just said what he does.
Hi, my name is Priye. My name is Priye.
Yes, let's clap for Priye again. Okay, so anybody else? Yeah, okay, come. Your name and what you do.
Hi everyone, my name is Ella and I'm a content creator.
Content creator. What do people feel about your work? What kind of feedback do you get about your work?
They feel fun, like they're part of my the videos that I make.
So it's entertaining. Your content is entertaining. Thank you. Yes. So okay. Well, what that tells us is that even if you are offering something intangible, it can become tangible through what people feel. Now, here's a secret. What people feel about your work determines the value that they place in it. And the value that they place in it determines what they are willing to pay for it. It's like an expanded version of how you show up determines what you're paid. What people feel about your work determines the value that they place in it. And the value that they place in it determines what they are willing to pay for it. It's like the difference between walking into Tim Hortons versus going into a Michelin star restaurant. When you go in, you just know, like, you know your wallet is gonna dance. like you know your account will literally shake when you're done eating. Without anybody telling you this place is expensive, just by going in, you know. So that's what packaging does. It's how you influence what people feel about your work. So it's not enough to get results. It's not enough to be the person with great skills. It's not enough to know how you're different. It's important that you know how to package your work. It's important that you know how to present your work. Can I tell you something? People want to be sold to. Have you ever walked into like a furniture store and then, you sit on the sofa, you check it out. You don't even know if you're going to buy it that day, but you literally want them to convince you that this is the one you should buy. Anybody? It's your money you want to spend, and you've decided that I want to spend this money. Maybe you've even checked online, but you still go there, you feel the texture, you sit on it, see how it is, and you want someone to come and talk to you about it. If they don't talk to you, you ask them questions. Have you done? If nobody comes to you, say, oh, excuse me, what about... We want to be sold to. So, and this is where it becomes important for you to be able to package your skills. Now you've decided what you want to do. I need to go quickly to somewhere else. And you've decided the problem that you want to solve, but you need to be clear about communicating it. This is how to attract ready-to-buy clients. There's a difference between audience and clients. And can I just speak to content creators for a bit? It's possible to have 100,000 followers and not be able to make $100 sale in a day. Because it doesn't matter. That's not how people buy. There's a difference between audience and clients. For if you want to attract people who are ready to buy, one of your biggest tools is clarity. You have to be super clear on what's the problem I'm solving, what's the change I'm trying to make, who am I doing it for? You heard him, 40 plus, women. Is he excluding people who are not 40 plus and women? Maybe. But assuming that you were a 27-year-old guy, you need a photo shoot, you want to look your best, show up on LinkedIn looking nice and fresh, and you saw him, you've seen his work, you like his work, will you say, oh, you said you're only for women, so I won't come to you? You won't say that. He's probably the one who might say, oh, I'm booked, I'm busy, and unavailable. So when you are clear and specific, it's not limiting, it's actually liberating. It doesn't stop you from... It doesn't stop you from, helping more people. It just gives focus and clarity to who you can help. I mean, imagine someone who says, oh, I'm a cobbler, I make shoes, versus someone who says, I help smart professionals put their best foot forward. Yeah. That person is going to charge more money because in his mind, I'm making the shoes you wear to your next six-figure job interview. Do you understand? So it's really clarity that attracts people who are ready to buy. There's a difference between people who are shopping around and people who are ready to buy. Once someone is ready to buy, if they don't see your value, they'll go elsewhere. So it's your responsibility to be super clear about this is what I do, this is who I do it for, and this is how I do it differently. So what should you do? Simplify the problem. When we think about our problems and when we are shopping to buy something, we're all either trying to avoid pain or achieve pleasure. If you decide I want to change my mattress, it's probably because you're like, my back is paining me. Or you just want to feel better. So every time that we are spending, we're either avoiding pain or achieving pleasure. You must be super clear on what you do. No matter how intangible it sounds, research. How is your research helping someone avoid pain or achieve pleasure? How are you saving them time or saving them money? So be clear about that, and then be clear about who it is. This is how to simplify and clarify what you do. What pain am I helping them avoid? What pleasure am I helping them achieve? And who are the them? Who are these people? Who exactly? So I said to attract clients who are ready to buy, the tool you need is clarity. You need clarity about the problem you're solving, about the person you're helping. Who am I best equipped to help? You know, we are at different levels of expertise. If we brought out 5 graphic designers now, they'll be at different levels. But maybe you're best equipped to help small businesses. Maybe you're best equipped to help fintechs. Maybe you're best equipped to help bloggers. So you can actually serve different people because, you say, I don't know Adobe, I only know Canva. That's okay. If you're just helping creators and coaches, that's all they need. So you're best equipped to help them. There's no need to start creating competition with other people who are better at other things. So, and how do I get them from problem to solution? What's my process? So you heard him. That's another thing that you must be clear about. We're all doing this stuff, but my process is different. My journey is different. The way that I engage my clients is different. This is how you attract ready-to-buy clients, and this is also how you stand out. I have a free gift called Secrets to Standing Out. If you go to tolumichaels.com/secrets, you can get it. So www.tolumichaels.com/secrets. Michaels is AELS, just to be clear. Yeah, so tolumichaels.com/secrets. You can download it. I actually expatiate on how to stand out because that's the biggest question here. How do I stand out? Even though everybody else is doing what I can do. The mistake to avoid with this step of clarifying your positioning is trying to be everything to everybody. If you're speaking to everyone, you're speaking to no one. Just because the internet allows you to talk to everybody doesn't mean you should. So stop trying to be everything to everybody. There's a difference between I'm a fashion designer and I'm a fashion designer for 60-year-old women who want to get their youthfulness back. They're two different things. There's a difference between I'm a website designer and I design websites for churches. That's two different things. So trying to be everything to everybody is going to slow down your growth because people want to be able to know, can you help me specifically? And while you might think this is limiting, it's not. It makes it easier for people to talk about you. If you do websites for churches, for instance, it's such an interesting niche. I don't know why I don't see people focusing on that because it's a big need. The pool is big enough. There are enough churches for you to never be broke. And then what they require is specific. You can literally just create a process for them and do it again and again and again and again. And it will be easier. Once somebody says, our church needs a website, they're not thinking about a list of options. They're looking for someone who's done this before, who's great at this, and who knows what they're trying to achieve. Imagine explaining every single time what a church is trying to achieve. And then the next thing is, so we've talked about positioning, now your products. How do you leverage your expertise? What you're going to need here is a contributor's mindset. You need to have a mindset of contribution. Not just, I want to make money, but I want to solve a problem. And when you have a mindset of contribution, it makes your life easier. Because now, instead of thinking everybody else is doing this, you're thinking, what can I add to the existing body of work? So even though other people are doing it, I'm also here to contribute. It's okay. There's space for all of us. So what do you need to do? Go from skills to solutions. People don't care about your skills. They care about their problems. So offer the solutions to those problems. How can you turn your skills to solutions? You can do for them what they don't want to do or can't do. For example, most of us can't make our hair ourselves, well, except your Pastor Ini. And so we pay somebody else to do it. No matter how much you want to save, that's the kind of thing you pay somebody else to do. Many skills fall into that category. Taxes. You want someone to help you do your taxes. You want someone to help you design something. Maybe you even want someone to help you write a proposal. Or you want to talk to a cosmetic person. What do they call them? Aina, what do they call them? You can do that yourself. Yeah, there's also cosmetologists, right? You can do that yourself. So you can do something they want done but can't or will not do for themselves. Or you can take the same skill and package it to guide them on a journey they want to take. So for example, if you were an accountant and small business owners don't want to do their books themselves, you do it for them. Or you find someone who is like, I actually want to figure out this stuff myself. So you can guide them, you can coach them, you can work with them on a periodic basis. Every 2 weeks, you're meeting with them and helping them work through it. Or the last one is you can give them tools to do it themselves. You could just create templates, profit and loss, balance sheets, etc., right? And then you sell those templates and they buy it. Content creators fall into this category. If you're an affiliate marketer, you fall into this category. You're giving people tools to do what they want to do. You're introducing them to tools that help them do what they want to do. Okay? So those are different ways to package your skills as solutions. Do you have any questions? I would like to take questions. I can take questions, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. No, you don't have to come forward. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, thank you. That's a very good question. So a few years ago, my line manager told me, "Oh, you're really good with Excel, Tolu, and financial modeling is totally your thing." I wonder what she'll think now. So financial modeling is totally. Showing up is about raising your hand and saying, "Hey, I'm here, I can do it." But I learned it from her. So I actually told everyone on the team, if you have any issues with Excel, you want to do a presentation, it's taking too long, you want to present data, etc., come to me. So first, it was, the older ones that were coming to me, and I became known on my team as the Excel girl. Before you knew it, you just see people with their laptops coming to my floor, from upstairs, from downstairs, coming to look for me so I could help them, clean up data or summarize something using Excel. What am I saying? If you want to be known for something, start doing it. Start putting yourself in situations that force you to do it. If you want to expand the range of what they ask you to do at work, because that's like what you're describing, or opportunities that they bring to you, find a situation to. I think that's what's missing many times. We don't raise our hands. We kind of wait for people to identify us, but that's tough, because if you've been known as the person who does A, nobody will come to ask you to do B. You are the one who needs to find a way to communicate that, "Oh, by the way, I also do B, C, D," or offer to do it for someone first. And there's a difference between being well-known and being widely known. So that's the example I just gave. Try to become well-known on your team for something. Your team will now be the ones to tell other people, and that's how you sort of become, widely known. So on your team, make sure they are aware, whether jokingly or interestingly or intentionally, chip it in that I can also do this. And a great tool to use is actually social media. So let me just quickly talk about marketability. 3 things that affect your marketability: leadership, influence. They sound alike. Leadership and influence, they have, they overlap. And then expertise. So what can you do? So in Moji's situation, you want to be known for something. How do you do it? Look for the gap in the conversation. Be the leader. So if everybody is talking about business analysis in this way, find another perspective and start to create content on it. If your personal brand is fire, content is gasoline. You can't grow your brand without sharing what you know. And if you're always skeptical about other people sharing what they know, that's what has been holding you back. You think, people will now say, "Me too, I'm posting." Let them say, "Yes, you too are posting." You're a contributor, remember. You have something to add to the conversation. So look around your industry and elevate the conversation. What are people not seeing? What are people not saying? Just choose a topic. Any topic you want to be known for. It doesn't matter. You can change it after 6 months. It's not a life sentence. Choose any topic and say, concerning this topic, what are people not saying? What are people not seeing? What are people not sharing? What is lacking? What is the thing that people are not really seeing? What's my different point of view? And start to create content around that. I know content is a whole different ball game, but it's something you can learn. So we have like people in my community who come saying, oh, I'm shy, I don't know how to create content. Give them 3 months. They have podcasts, they have LinkedIn newsletter. You can learn it. You just need to first decide that you want to do it. So leadership elevates the conversation. This is how you become marketable. People look for leaders. This is how people start inviting someone to speak. It is just because they saw a point of view that you shared. The second one is influence. Expand the contribution. You see, your brand is a function of the content that you create and the contribution that you make. You don't even need to post your own. Go and look for somebody who is already posting and leave a very insightful comment. I promise you they'll look for you. Just start doing it. Try it for 3 weeks. You will just see people start following you, people start checking out your profile. The problem will now be, you'll now be wondering, hope my profile is great enough, which is a conversation for another day. Hopefully we can talk about that some other time. But yes, that's also something you can learn. LinkedIn profile, it's not rocket science. There's a format to it. So yeah, download tolumichaels.com/secrets. Download that, and I think maybe I would share something about LinkedIn with everyone who signs up for that. So expand the contribution through your comments, the contribution you're making on other people's work, and then expand the contributors. So invite people into a community. There are so many easy ways to do it. You can do a LinkedIn newsletter. You can do, what's that thing on Instagram now? Like a private messaging channel. So what you're basically doing is you are creating opportunity for other people to engage with your thoughts and with your work. That's how your influence grows. And then the final thing to be marketable is establish your expertise. Build something. You see that ebook you say you want to write? Write it. Build something. Make something tangible. Do something that shows that you know this stuff. Write a blog post, even if it's one, this year. Decide I'm going to create something tangible that summarizes what I know, that shares what I know. You're studying pharmacy in school, start to share your point of view, start to share your perspective, and create something. Just write your own thoughts, your own research, your own angle. And that, my friends, is how you become more marketable. That's how you become the person that people want to hire, people want to speak with, people want to learn from, people want to partner with, and people want to buy from. Thank you very much. And whatever you do, don't wait until you have more experience before you practice this. Quick question for you. When do you write your CV? Before you get a job or after you get a job? Before you get a job. So there is no need to wait until you have more experience to start building your brand. Thank you, and have a good day. Okay. So it's like, if you're a filmmaker, would you really be great at finance? Is that it? So show them that you're not distracted. That's a good question. You can use your content to answer any question that people have. And you just need to be organized about it. So on Monday, you talk about finance and stuff. On Tuesday, you talk about the perks of being a filmmaker. And then on Wednesday, you talk about how you're balancing both. And on Thursday, you randomly share. One of my favorite things about doing this and doing this other thing is that my creativity as a filmmaker makes me better at my work. So show how this helps you to be better at this. And keep doing it every week. If I ask you now to give me 5 points under that, you will have them. So just share 1 point per week. Between now and the next 5 weeks, you have more ideas. That's actually how it works. Yes. So if you think that people are, have a question about your expertise or about your credibility, answer it proactively. So be the one to say, I do this and I also do this. And you would think that they cannot be combined. But here is how being a filmmaker actually makes me better at my job. Unprovoked. Just. Okay. All right. There's just one last person. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Bisola. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. The question is, how are you going to get clients? I'm not even forcing you to have a social media presence, but how are you going to get clients? You have to have a strategy. If it's not SEO, it's social media. If it's not social media, it's got to be something. And presence and activity are not the same. Everybody should have a social media presence. Even if you don't write on LinkedIn, you should have a LinkedIn page that helps us understand what you do, right? Just be present because people will search for you. People will see your beauty before they experience your brilliance. So you want to give them something to see. Even if they stumbled on you, even if a friend referred you, they will still Google you. And it's what they see that determines how they feel about your work, determines the value they'll place in it. And the value they place on it determines what they're willing to pay for it. So you want to make sure that at least you have an online presence that aligns with the story you're telling. Whether you choose to be active there is a whole different kettle of fish. But to answer your first question also, you don't have to be a content creator to be a course creator. They're two different things. You don't have to do both. What's important is that you can get people the results and that there are people who are willing to pay for the solution you are offering. If they're not willing to pay, if they've not decided to work with you, honestly, it doesn't matter whether you have a course or an ebook or whatever. The first step is that people decide that you, Bisola, I want to learn from you. I want to work with you. And then you can now present a solution. Also, the more you talk to people, the more you know what your people need. There are some therapists who have no business doing group programs because the kind of situations that they're helping people through are really private stuff. They can only do one-on-one programs. Do you get? So it's not really a function of what's available. It's a function of what's the best path for you and for your clients. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. The time is up. Sorry, I couldn't take your question. Thank you, everyone.
by Pastor Tolu Michaels was fire.
It was fire. It was fire. I was in and out of it, and the little time I spent there, I got so much value.
Yeah, there was something that she said that stood out to me. She said, you are allowed to move from who you used to be to who you ought to be. So you're not a tree. Move. If you feel stuck, if you feel like you're not where you want to be in your career, in your business, you are allowed to move from where you are to where you ought to be.
Another thing I took out from that branding session was discover what makes you different and do it on purpose. You know, we are in a time where everyone is trying to minimize themselves so you don't look like the person that's doing the most. Do the most. That's the only way you can get ahead. So that's another thing I took from that session.
Exactly, because there are people that do not have the same level of skill that you have, but they're talking so much about their work and people are paying them for it. So make sure you do the most. Talk about what you're skilled with, because your work will not speak for itself. It needs a voice. Your work needs a voice to take it to the next level. So make sure you're speaking and telling people about what you do.
I dropped into the real estate session, and Jaden Kennedy was talking about a lot of numbers and a lot of dynamics that go into how lenders look at your profile, how you qualify for mortgage. She spoke about the income rules. She gave a breakdown of how your credit is calculated. She spoke about your debt to earnings ratio. She threw out a lot of numbers, and I'm sure with that session, a lot of us can go back now and say, what exactly can I afford? Where am I? What do I need to get to where I need to be?
So if you're looking to invest in real estate or to buy your first home, make sure you stay connected with Jaden on the different social media platforms and leverage all the tools and the resources available to you as well.
Tenny Onabanjo of Making the Move was also at the career masterclass, and she gave examples of how to position yourself for the kind of jobs you want. So she used me as an example, talking about if you want to be an MC, what kind of skills would you look out for? So she went from talking about the skills to how to communicate results and value based on the skills you have. So rather than saying, I'm a public speaker or I'm a confident person, she coined it in this way. I'm a confident public speaker who has done 80 plus events in 2024. She said, who do you want to hire between the second person and the first person? You know, many times we have the skill set, we know what to do, we have the results, but we don't connect the process to the results. So that's something I took out of that session.
Amazing. We'll be bringing up our keynote speaker in a few moments from now. And our keynote speaker has a lot to share with us from his experience. I'm not going to give out all the details, but if you're still standing in the lobby, or if you're still standing by the photo booth, or if you're still somewhere where you can hear my voice but not see my face, you are in the wrong room. So please make your way down to this room, make your way down to the main hall so that we can get started and we can equip you with everything that you need to know. You may be tired, you may be hungry, you may need a little pick-me-up coffee, but we're at the final stretch. We're at the final stretch, so don't give up. We're almost done, and indeed, it will be worth your while. It has been worth your while, I believe.
Even as a facilitator and host today, I have learned so much. So I can only imagine others who just have had the opportunity to sit, listen, and soak up a lot of what has been shared today. Before I speak about Dixon Sofa will be speaking about the power of vision, unlocking your potential and shaping the future. But before I go there, I also stepped into the immigration session, and she was just talking about working with different candidates, and some of them leave points on the table. So it's one thing for you to be able to calculate your points or that of your family members if they are trying to move to Canada, but it makes a lot of sense if you go speak to a consultant who will help you expedite that process, who will show you areas where you could have missed out on, who will show you pathways that many of us are not exposed to, and that way their journey to Canada will be much, much smoother. So other than what we've shared today, who else? Hey, my Yoruba. My Yoruba, my Yoruba. I changed my name to Gabriel, still no change. The Yoruba in me is quite what? It's quite strong. We are getting there. 9 years in Canada, the age factor still there. Anyways, we are getting there. We are doing what? We are getting there. You know, sometimes when you're on Zoom calls and you are talking to your team, your phone would have been going. All of a sudden, the Ibadan will just rise up and say, you've ignored me for too long.
You made it this far.
You made it this far. However, you are getting me. Let's just, you know. So you can say, welcome hall. Okay. So please, if there is space in front of you, help me by just moving a little further. If there is space in front of you, help me to move further. I know some of us are still talking to the keynote speakers from the masterclass at the back, but this time we are moving into another keynote address. So please get their contact, book some time with them. I know you want to get pictures with them. You can do that when you actually get to meet them personally. Right now, we want to get into the next session. Who else learned something from the master class that we haven't spoken about? I want to see by a raise of hands. I want to walk into the audience for a bit. Who wants to share something that they learned? You were raising your hand. That hand was moved by the Spirit, if you didn't realize it, because there's something you have to tell me. Have I met you before? Do I know you? Have we seen me? For the purpose of this conversation, which of the masterclass did you attend? Branding. So tell us one of the, because that branding was punchline up and down. So drop one or two for us. Mama Shiva now, stop doing like this. We're in Canada. Where are we? We're in Canada.
Because she mentioned that whatever skill we have, we should be able to monetize this. And because I can speak, I can give you a summary of that class, then I just have to be paid.
So this is what you will do. You will share your interact with the group. So as you speak, however you speak, they will be led to drop something. Can we do that? She said it doesn't work like that, but that's how we pay offering and tithes now. Do we preset offering and tithes before the message starts? Has any pastor told you that before I tell you what the Spirit is saying today, here is my cash app, here is my PayPal and e-transfer. Are you getting me? So let us start practice. She has opened her notes. I love it.
All right. It feels good to hold the mic, man.
We are inducting you.
Okay. So one of the things that really stood out for me from everything she said is to allow yourself, let me read it the way she said it too. Allow yourself respond to opportunities when they come. She said, we all have skills, right? And if I mention my top 5 skills, I'm sure that somebody in this room also, not somebody, a lot of us here have the same skills. But what really makes you stand out is you at your core. And well, I'm like, yes, I really think so. Because if I want to sell branding to you, the first thing I would tell you is to look at me from up to down. Every detail is I meticulously created it. I'm not wearing brown today because that's the clothes that attracted me. I attracted it because I want you to know that I nurture people. I want you to know that I coach people. And I'm wearing a blue pant because I want you to know that I know what I'm doing. And I'm putting on a brown boot to let you know that I believe in myself, I have confidence in myself. And even the shoe I'm putting on, I made it myself with my hands. So that's branding, basically.
You see, I told you, I was led to go talk to her. I knew she had it in her. The fire was burning. I could see the oil. But you know, you did a fellow Yoruba thing. So I'm not going to highlight it. If you caught it, you caught it. But I like the way you spoke about your branding. Even the shoe you wore, you made it. I have 50. Will you add one? Look at me trying to create business. I said, I have 50 pair of shoes. Will you add one? She said, no. It's okay. She said we should pay her. Did I try to pay her? Moving on. Please, so she has spoken about branding. Does anyone want to add something else to what she said about another topic or another masterclass that they attended? I'm just going to be walking around, and if I'm led to you, it's not personal, it's not me. I have to be led. Like now, the way you're smiling, I like it. I like the way you're smiling. She's looking away, so I won't talk to her. It's you I'll focus on. All of a sudden, she's on the phone. All of a sudden, she's opening her bag. I see these things every day. You know, when you hold microphone, they think you're the enemy. I'm not trying to expose you. I'm just trying to make sure what you know, others learn. So, my able visionary, you look like you have vision. Your beards are connected. It's a lot to connect it. The network is strong, very strong. So, what session did you attend?
Career session.
You attended a career session. So, do you want to tell us one or two things that you picked from that session?
Okay, so for the career session, we started by writing, crafting an employment letter to our future self or whatever it is that we want to aspire to be in the future. So I think that was good because a lot of people felt that so in the letter we had to include the job role, how much we expect to be paid, maybe start date. And some people felt like the amounts they put was outrageous because they felt like I probably will not be able to get paid this amount. And some other people felt good about what they had put. And I think for a lot of people, they were happy about where they saw like the possibility of where they could get to. And we just generally talked about knowing yourself before you get into the job market. You need to know what you have, the kind of interest you have. Also knowing the environment and maybe the niche or the industry that you want to get into. Some tips on interview preps as well. Before you go in for the interview, you should have an idea of what the company is about, what they do, what their interests are. And then we just talked a lot about, preparing yourself to be able to present yourself in the best possible form to be employed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the idea of writing your own employment letter and how much you will earn. Me knowing myself, I wish I was in that session because 20 million is where I would have started in dollars yearly. 20 million base. I know some people wrote 500,000, you're thinking small. I know some people wrote 1 million, there's space. People that wrote 5 million, don't be modest. Are you getting it? But it's always nice to be able to forecast what you're trying to get to and be able to get there. All right, so our keynote speaker is in the room. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way to his seat. I have the privilege of reading his bio. This is a man I've known for more than 10 years now. And for us that have known him since 2009, 2008, none of us are shocked. When I met Dixon and Sulfur, he was selling suits, Cyril Brand. Who here was Cyril Brand? They are not in the room. That year, if you are wearing a Gucci suit, we would look past you. We are looking for Cyril Brand because he and his partner at that time made best bespoke suits on campus at that time. And as an engineering student, he had such a knack for business that after uni, he went to do his MBA in China. The rest of us were going to do our MBAs in the UK, the US. He went to the source of business. Where? China. China, China, I know China. He knew China. Okay. I have the privilege to introduce the second keynote speaker of the day, Dixon and Sulfur, the CEO of Cora and other companies. And I'll be reading his bio. Please, if you're at the back, I'd like to just invite you to please sit. We're about to get to the crux of the matter for today, so I want us to be part of it. If you also are in the lobby or you're in different parts of the hall and you're not seated, this is your final invitation to please take your seats. Mr. Dixon and Sulfur is a serial entrepreneur, business magnate, and investor who has led several internet and mobile technology organizations. Mr. Dixon is the founder and CEO of Cora Technologies. Mr. Dixon graduated with a BEng degree in Information and Communication Engineering from Covenant University, and holds an MA in International Economics and Business from the prestigious Nankai University in China. During the early days of mobile phones boom in Africa, that is between 2010 and 2013, he founded Lixon Mobile. I saw that phone personally. A mobile brand tailored to provide low-income Africans with an affordable mobile phone and internet access. After hundreds of thousands in sales, the brand was acquired by GSEMC China. In pursuit of more ways to bring value via the internet or mobile technology to the African marketplace, Mr. Nsofo took up an opportunity with Humanic International, a payment application based in London, where he served as the Vice President of Business Development in Africa. Most notable achievements include expanding the business into Nigeria and Ghana, and led the investor relations for an initial $5 million funding round. Leveraging the internet to unlock value and wealth for an African market has been a lifelong journey for Mr. Nsofo, and that led him to start up Cora Technologies. Cora is a modern online payments infrastructure for the African market. It prides itself in enabling local businesses go global and vice versa by providing businesses with online tools to accept payments, transfer across borders, and convert between currencies. Cora has grown from being an idea in 2018 to being an employer of over 220 plus people across 3 continents today. Cora currently has offices in Toronto, Canada, Birmingham, United Kingdom, Nairobi, Kenya, and Lagos, Nigeria, serving clients from local small and medium enterprises in Africa to publicly listed conglomerates across the world, and currently processes over $500 million monthly across 15 African countries, the UK, and Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, please with a round of applause, welcome to the stage, Mr. Dixon Nsofo, the CEO of Cora Technologies. A round of applause for him as he comes up. Such a visionary. Everything he has said he will do has been done, and I can only imagine where it's going from here. Welcome, Dixon.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to thank my CCI family for this great privilege. Pastor Irene in absentia, and by extension, Pastor Bright. The name of this conference is Algorithm. And I really want to start by ensuring that we all understand the meaning of the word algorithm. It's a computer science terminology. And algorithm simply means a set of commands that must be followed for a computer to solve a complex problem. So it's a set of commands that must be followed for a system to solve a complex problem. So as we navigate life, we all know life is full of challenges. We don't call them problems, we call them challenges, complex challenges. It's very important that we all have our algorithm, the sets of commands that we are ready to follow to help us navigate and unlock life. So I'll be speaking today about the most powerful line of code in the algorithm of life, and that's the power of vision. And I'll start today by telling you a story of a little girl that was on a cruise ship with her dad. And she was just playing around. She just saw her dad looking straight into the ocean, looking at the sunset continuously. And she ran to her dad and said, "Daddy, put me on your shoulders. I want to see." And when he put her on his shoulders, she saw really, really far. She came down, ran across the whole ship, and was telling all her friends. water can touch the sky. I have seen it. And the friends were like, how? When? She said a profound sentence. I have looked more than I could see. I think this story is the foundation of the word vision. Being able to look more than you can see. And only by seeing what is not can there be a change in the status quo. The greatest inventions that we've had in life, speaking about there are so many phenomenal inventions. We're talking about electricity, aeroplanes, cars, mobile phone, more recently even space travel, wouldn't have been possible without people that couldn't look more than they could see. It's the simple greatest tool in the movement of humanity into the future. I want to look at 3 key people that have impacted this theme of vision. And the first of them is one of my personal mentors, Miles Monroe. He speaks about vision being the unseen. Vision makes the unseen visible and the unknown possible. Helen Keller says, the only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. Jonathan Swift says, vision is the art of seeing what is invisible to others. So, at the crux of the word vision is the ability to see something that doesn't exist in a way that other people don't see it. Personally, I define vision differently. And everything I'll be speaking about today would be a combination of my personal experience and Bible experiences as well. So I see vision as the ability to mentally travel through time into the future, immersing yourself in that future, returning to the present with conviction that the future you have experienced is achievable reality. It sounds very complex, but every single word is very important here from my own experience. There has to be a mental time travel. It has to happen. You have to journey in your mind to where other people have not journeyed. You have to immerse yourself in that journey. So I see a vision where I'm building a house. There has to be an immersion that tells you about the experience. You need to be ordering block in that vision. You need to be paying for cement in that vision. You need to be calling the architect. You even know the name of the architect in the vision. So that when you come back to life, you tell somebody, I know what I saw when I saw what I saw. So there has to be that level of experience in your mental journey. Because the experience is what brings about the conviction that you have. The journey towards achieving vision is a very, very challenging one. And oftentimes, without conviction, you would most likely drop off or fail. So, the ability to mentally travel through time into the future, immersing yourself in that future, and returning back to the present with conviction that the future experience is achievable reality. Visionaries are time travelers. They live in the present, they live in the future, but in your own present. Visionaries are time travelers. They live in your own present, but they are in the future. There are 4 strategic pillars to understanding that word vision. So, is it anytime I dream about anything, then that's a vision? Or, when I see something, that's a vision? We must understand how we see vision from a kingdom perspective. And we see vision from these 4 key pillars. Number 1 is God's plan. His overarching divine will for all of creation. God always has a plan. This is Alpha and the Omega. He has seen the end from the beginning. So he knows the whole of life. He has a plan for every generation. And we'll be talking about a few stories as we go ahead. So he has a plan. His plan is there, even if you exist or not. His plan remains his plan. And it's very clear, if we look at Genesis 1, 26, 27, his plan for us is to have dominion. If we open that Bible verse, it says in 26, and God said, let us make man in our image and after our own likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air. He wanted us to have dominion. That was his plan for us. So it's very important to understand that God has a plan for all of humanity. Second thing in understanding vision is to understand your purpose in God's plan. Not just your purpose. So oftentimes, people just live their life carelessly, not even understanding why they are here on earth. Every single person was gifted with a set of talents. The parable of the talents speaks about the gifting God has given you. But we don't even understand what this gifting is for and how it edifies God's kingdom. So purpose is recognizing your ultimate role in God's plan. Your role in God's plan. That's your purpose. Why God made me is to be X in Y. It's very important to also understand that when we came to earth, we've all been bundled up with a set of gifts. So you hear people say things like, I want to be this when I grow up in the future. The world has sold to us that our future is something we should chase and we should achieve. But that's wrong. I'm here to tell you that your future is inside you. The forest is in the seed. The seed is not in the forest. So it's very important to understand that the purpose you have is the potential that is stored up in you to achieve something in God's plan. The purpose you have is something that is stored up in you to achieve something in God's plan. Just like the concept of the seed. The purpose of the seed is to be fruitful and multiply, to then create a forest. Thirdly is vision. Vision is having a clear forward-looking goal inspired by that purpose. So you have a purpose. Let's say you have a purpose to be a farmer for God's plan. Vision simply means the full expression of your purpose. If you're going to be a farmer, what kind of farmer have God designed you to be? The full expression of your purpose. Vision is very, very personal and very unique. So we could all have the same purpose in the sense that I could be called to be a preacher, you're called to be a preacher, we're called to be a preacher, but our visions will be different, very different. So vision is what God is saying to me personally about my role in his plan. Let me come again. Vision is what God is saying to me personally. The full extent to what God is saying about me in his plan. And mission simply means the actionable steps you take towards achieving the vision. Actionable steps. If you see the way this thing is arranged, it is like God's plan, purpose, vision, and mission. You see, God will give you his plan, he'll give you his purpose, he'll give you his vision, but he will never give you the mission. Because if he gives you the mission, you will run. If he tells you what it will take to achieve the vision, you will quit. If Joseph knew, he wouldn't have told his brothers what he told them. If Moses knew what he would go through with Pharaoh and Egypt, he wouldn't have said what he said. He wouldn't have. In fact, when he saw the burning bush, he would have walked back. So that's the sequence of vision. Vision starts from God's plan, and then it goes into the purpose, and then you hit the vision properly before you go ahead to achieve the mission. So it's very important for us to understand our role in achieving our vision. The first two you see there, God's plan and God's purpose, that's God's role. Beneath the two you see beneath, in visions and mission, is our role. So I dare to say that we are co-founders with God in our life. Because the top is his part, the bottom is our part. So it's up to us as co-founders with God, co-creators with God in our life, to be able to see the full length of the vision that he has for us and to take the actionable steps in achieving the vision. I want to talk briefly about my first example is this, one of the greatest, I call him the greatest founder that ever existed. He was born in a very small village. He started his business at 30. He started with only 12 employees. His product was free. He ran his business for only 3 years and exited it at the highest valuation. And his staff and co-workers have grown to over 2.5 billion people, 2,000 years after he exited the business. There's no other person and greater visionary than our Lord Jesus Christ. And picking from his story has inspired me so much and a lot of great kingdom entrepreneurs to understand how to break down vision, even in your daily life. And you see how it starts. It starts from God's plan. God's plan for that era, for that generation, was a new life for mankind. Jesus understood God's plan. And he knew his purpose in God's plan. His purpose in God's plan was to be the Lamb, to redeem mankind, to be our Savior. It was very clear. And his vision, oftentimes people think Jesus only came to redeem us so that we'll go back to heaven. But the full expression of the purpose of why Jesus came was to bring heaven's experience on earth before he takes us away. That is the initial plan of dominion. The full vision of Jesus is the full expression of God's power on earth. And so that's God's vision for us. But if you see, his mission is different. You see, the mission is where the test comes in. Make more disciples like himself to all nations. So the mission is where you see a lot of his disciples or apostles being killed, being fought, some being jailed. So the true test of your vision is the true indication that you are having a proper vision is that it will be tested. I remember one time I had a clear vision, that our business was going to be in 20 countries. This was like 10 years ago. 20 countries. And we'll be able to process X millions of dollars in transaction. And I went ahead. I communicated this vision. The next week, you would not believe what happened. The next week, the first thing that happened was an attack. They first hacked my system. The second week, my regulators wrote me a beautiful letter. The third week, law enforcement invited me, okay, so how will you handle this thing that you have said? So oftentimes, when you have a vision, just expect that it will be tested. That's the first step to your vision. We'll look at another story again, the story of Moses. Moses understood God's plan. God came out to him straight in the burning bush and told him his plan. His plan was to liberate Israel and give them a new location. The plan was clear. And Moses understood his purpose in God's plan. He was to lead the liberation mandate in God's plan. And his vision was to bring the Israelites to the land flowing with milk and honey. And his mission was to rescue the Israelites from oppression. This thing sounds, it's like so churchy and so Bible. As we go down further, you understand how this translates to your life, my life, and every single thing you do. The clear understanding of God's plan, especially in this end time, and the understanding of the purpose of how you fit into God's plan, and the full expression of what your purpose is, which is your vision, is very important for any single thing we do in our lives. So I personally beg to differ when people define success by the number of cars and the kind of money they have. Because understanding vision simply gives true meaning to success. The second you understand your vision, then success has meaning. It becomes an objective for success. So to the world, we define success as how effective you are in managing and utilizing earthly resources in comparison to other people. That's why you have the things like Forbes list, who is the richest person in this, who is the richest person in that. That's the earthly measure of defining what success is, how much money you have, how much cars you have. But in the kingdom, it's a different thing. How effectively you maximize your potential in comparison with your vision based on God's plan. Totally different definition of what success is. So it means that I could have the latest car and be the richest person, but I still haven't achieved success according to kingdom principles. Because at the end of the day, I want to define success as achieving missions that are integral with your vision and firmly rooted in God's plan. It's a totally different definition of what success is. You look and leap beyond the ordinary, or what eyes can see, or what people can measure, and you have a different definition of what success looks like to you based on why you were born, based on what you have been designed to do. I'll be talking shortly about the principles of visions. And the first principle of vision is there must be a clear sight. Clear sight. Now, oftentimes we mix prophecy with vision. Prophecy is not vision. In fact, back home, a lot of people will visit Aladura. Some of you will visit different kinds of pastors. The pastors there are some that you even pay money. And if the money you give them is finished, then the vision will stop. Then you have to top up. It's like recharge card vision. It's very important to understand that prophecy is not vision. Prophecy is just a tiny subset of what vision is. Someone can see prophecy for you, but nobody can see vision for you. It's very different. Vision is the future that you see for yourself according to God's plan. Of course, from time to time, some people have the gift of prophecy and God shows them things. But oftentimes, God will show people things to intervene when his vision is being undermined or underachieved. But however, every single person that have been remembered in history was not by prophecy. It was by clear vision. And we define vision again as mentally traveling to the future, experiencing that future with a conviction that it's an achievable reality. Secondly, visions must be futuristic. Again, like we said, people look at vision like, oh, like they told me this. You say, oh, the pastor has confirmed it, or another person has confirmed it. So it's very important to understand that vision is very, 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 very far away. It's not something that you see next year or next 2 years. So it's important that when thinking about vision, it is super, super futuristic. Visions must be written. When you see something in your mind and you write it, it's the first step of convincing your mind to believe in it. You trusted that what you've seen or what you've heard is even possible, and that's why you write it. So a lot of times, when you conceptualize really great things in your mind, whether you believe it or not, the first step is to write it. You'll see writing it comes first before even having the conviction. Writing a vision is more important than believing the vision. Firstly, because a lot of times, I remember one time when I was in Covenant, back in school, I had a vision book. And in my vision book, when any idea drops in my spirit, I write it down. If you look at the book, it's like every semester, I used to finish like 10 full scalp. It's so big. It's so big because many things just keep dropping. Some you're hearing God, some you're hearing yourself. But does that mean we shouldn't write it? No. You have to believe. You have to believe that by writing this thing, I am acknowledging the fact that I have listened to something. It is very, very important that we write down whatever that drops into our spirit. Communication. We must communicate our vision. A vision is dead, even if you don't communicate it. You have to communicate the vision. And when communicating our vision, we have to be very careful on how we communicate our vision. You know, I want to use the story of Joseph. Now, Joseph understood his vision. He saw clearly, I'll be number 2 man, or maybe number 1 man eventually. I saw people bowing to me. That means I'll be a ruler someday. You see the problem with Joseph? He didn't understand the grand plan of God and the purpose he played in that grand plan. As we all know, Jesus didn't come from Joseph's lineage. He came from Judah. So his purpose there was the preservation of the lineage of Jesus. So if he understood that, he would have understood that this leadership position he had was never about him. It was about God preserving the lineage through which his son will come through. So if he understood that, he wouldn't have even told his brothers, you know, I see you bowing to me one day. One time I was crazy in the spirit. I saw one of my biggest competitors coming to ask me for help. Now imagine if I went and I told him, hello sir, I saw you. You will come and help me. You will come and beg me for help one day. So we must be very careful on how we communicate our vision. We must ensure that it's not even enough to understand your vision. Say, God said you will own schools. Fine. You saw a vision where you were building real estate, big real estate. Thank you. You saw a place where you opened a coaching center and it was filled by 1 million people. It's very important to understand what God's plan is in that era and how your school fits into his purpose. Why? Because the whole grand plan of you owning the biggest school could just be that God is raising you so that the future president of that country will go to a school that has a laptop and internet. You will be so shocked. So understanding the purpose of your vision in the grand scheme of things is so important. It humbles you. Now, the first 5 points you see at the top has more to do with, you know, things that are mental, principles of vision that are mental. And the last 2 have very much to do with things that are physical, action and waiting. Now, this is where the magic happens, action and waiting. So you're doing a job in cybersecurity and God is telling you that you'll be good. You know, I've called you for children ministry. You sleep every time. You see yourself with like 100,000 kids. You're feeding them. You're providing solutions to them. If you don't act on it, and no matter how small, if you don't act on it, it's dead on arrival. And as we go further, we'll be talking on how to act on things that are even not correlated, especially you're fine in this business today or fine in this industry today, and where you're seeing yourself is the other way around. I want to touch on waiting briefly because nowadays, it seems like for this our generation, instant gratification takes too long. Right? You start a business today, you want to buy a Range Rover tomorrow. You get a job today, you can't wait to become the deputy manager next tomorrow. We need to understand how these things work. It takes a lot of time, I remember in 2013, luckily for me, one of my helpmates back then that gave me a book I used to write my vision, PTM, she's here, and I wrote visions, I wrote things that I saw, things that I felt in my spirit that I was made to do. Businesses. As of 2013, I had written we will be in 50 countries in Africa. We will do this, we'll do that, we'll do that. Did you know I finished from school in 2013? The business I created in 2015 failed. The one I did in 2016 failed. The one I did in 2017 failed. Even this one now failed initially in 2018. And in 2018, when it failed, we still held on to it with the failure like that. And we dragged it till 2021 when it started making money. So this is exactly how visions look like. I think something messed with the graph a little bit. However, you see on the y-axis, if you look at it properly, you see results right there. And on the x-axis, you see time, right? I think something played with it again. So that line is supposed to be straight down here, right? And it's the line of actions and waiting. So what you often see is that the red line is the expectation society has for you. The red line is what the social norm looks like. You start a business, you get married, you get a job, everybody's expecting you that after year one, you have year one level of result. Year two, you get year two level of result. Year three, if year three, no child, mother-in-law, everybody's pressuring you. If year three, year four, no wife, everybody's questioning you. Year four, the people start. In fact, when I started my business, there was a time my family members called me and said, I think at this time you should come and take over your father's company. At this point, we have not seen anything. You've been doing this same thing for the last 8 years. But this is how it looks like. Visions are exponential in nature. It doesn't work for a very long time, but you you need to make sure you, of course, heard properly. You saw what you saw, and you believe in that future. But we find out that over time, over 5 years, 10 years, all of a sudden, the results become exponential. They compound. It's very important to understand that point we call the death zone, because that is the gap between what society expects of you and what reality is. I think from my experience, that is the most important place to be in life, the death zone. Because that's where all the demons and all the bad character you have will be washed away. You will learn humility in that place. See, I went to Computer Village. I am a graduate, almost first class safe, and I saw an illiterate tell me, Oga, park outside, wait there for me. And I'm looking at it. In fact, at some point, I was even chairman in my school back then. So coming out of school and going to Computer Village, I walked inside all the stores in Computer Village, 1,000 something stores, to market my phone at the time. You see that zone there? You see when the Bible says, even though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, that is where it is. That's the location. And you know the sad thing? You will be sticking to this job, sticking to this business, sticking to this thing you believe. And there is a point where you give up and are tired. And somebody will come and tell you that the light is at the end of the tunnel. It's a lie, you're just halfway. In that middle, you see that intersection, where the biggest gap, you see that biggest gap, that's just where you are. You see the point where you give up and you are tired and everything has crashed. You're just halfway from reality, from my little experience. So this is how it works. So you started a job. And in this job, you have a vision to build your own company. It's not going to work in 2 years. It's not going to work in 5 years. You have to come to terms with the fact that you will wait. However, a true vision confirms itself. It doesn't need a prophet. Even though it tarries, wait for it. Habakkuk 2 and 3, right? Even though it waits, it will tarry. At some point in time, the vision will speak for itself. So it's very important for many of us who don't have vision or who have vision to understand this graph. This simple thing talks about being very impatient with actions and very patient with results. Very impatient with actions, but very patient with results. Which means you will keep doing what you need to do to get things done, but you will be very patient with results because over time, it will speak. Benefits of having vision. Number one is discipline. It's practically impossible for you to have vision and not have discipline. Discipline is self-imposed restriction for a goal. That's the meaning of discipline. You impose restriction to yourself for a goal. We all wonder why we love Lionel Messi or LeBron James or Jordan. But we oftentimes don't understand the true reason why we celebrate those guys. We think it's because they are famous. Not really. It's because of the level of discipline they have put into their craft. Seest thou a man diligent in his work? you shall stand before kings and not men. When you have a vision to be the best in this. Even in the night when people are sleeping, you will be disciplined enough to keep working hard at it. So I haven't seen a person of greatness, someone who is great, that does not have discipline. And to have this discipline, you must have vision. It's so important. Secondly, decision making. That's one of the key benefits of vision. Decision making. How do you take this job over that job? How do you pick this business over that business? And if you look at the story of Mary and Martha, Luke 10:38, we can all see that. I want to read this on quickly. Verse 38 says, as Jesus and his disciples were on their way, he came to a village where a woman named Martha opened her home to him. She had a sister called Mary who sat at the Lord's feet listening to what he said. But Martha was distracted by all preparations that had to be made. She came to him and asked, Lord, don't you care that my sister has left me to do all the work by myself? Tell her to help me. Martha, Martha, Jesus said, you are worried and upset about many things, but a few things are needed, or indeed only one. Mary has chosen what is better, and it will not be taken away from her. Decision making. You get two offers. One is paying higher. Another one is paying lower. How do you make the decision? By salary? If you pick it by salary, you're working by sight. You're working purely by sight. In 2017-18, my last business had just failed. And when I say failed, I don't fail halfway, by the way. So let me define what so there's a big question entrepreneurs always ask me, when do you know when to quit a business? And I define it in these three ways. Number one, when all your capital has gone. Like, you finish the money you have, you borrow, join, and you finish. That's not enough criteria to stop. Number two, when all your energy has done, like, there's no place they say that you will go to. You can imagine, at 23, I took off to China. I didn't care. I didn't even speak the language. I went there and started learning the chin-chon, and I eventually learned to speak it. So anywhere they say it is, you are going there. So when you have expanded all your efforts, you've expanded all your capital, and at last you have expanded all your network, that's when to throw in the towel. So for many of you entrepreneurs that are asking, how do I know when to quit? When you've done all that, meaning that you know somebody that knows somebody and you've called all the somebodies and the thing still didn't work, my brother, just throw in the towel. Now, how do you make the right decision? So this time my business had just failed. And at the time, my girlfriend then disconnected a little bit. So she said, you know what, I'll make 1 or 2 calls, and I had an interview. They were about to make me an offer. They had even discussed the offer with me. They would pay me about in equivalent at the time, about $2,000. Now, trust me, I don't know, for many of you, that was a lot of money back then, right? $2,000, that's what they were going to give me. Or I got another offer, an unpaid internship, where in the most expensive city in the world. I knew nobody there. I didn't know where to stay. And it was also going to be unpaid. All my friends, let me not say all my friends, because I didn't have that many bad friends, but like a ton of the people that heard about those things, like, that's stupid. Somebody's about to pay you this kind of money. You want to go and gamble on chance. But when I sat down, I brought out my vision book. I saw it clearly that God was going to deliver a business to me between 25 and 30, and it's international. It's in 20 countries. I said, I'm sorry, I will take this unpaid internship. I took the unpaid internship. I moved to New York, unpaid intern in New York, most expensive city of the world. And I was squatting in someone's house. Of course, I squatted with one of my pastors for 3 months. And it was probably, in fact, when I was in the plane, I was asking myself, you are not stupid like this. You must be stupid. But I kid you not, I know what I saw when I saw what I saw. I saw 20 countries. I saw it straight in my spirit. So even 1 million naira wouldn't have kept me for an opportunity that would give me international exposure, even if it's unpaid. So when I took on the job at the UN, I was an intern with a difference. I stepped in with a clear indication, with a clear timeline. In fact, I wrote my fire letter myself. I wrote it and typed it, and I emailed it to myself. Yes. So it's very important to make decisions from a standpoint of the vision that you see, which is in line with your purpose. How do you pick who to date? How do you pick who to marry? He's nice, he's cute, he's handsome. He has a stable job. Okay, God will help you. So, vision is so powerful in decision making. You don't make a decision without vision. Don't. It's catastrophic. Vision provides constant motivation. We all know, I don't know how else to explain it, but when you look at people, have you looked at people like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk? Have you looked at that graph that I showed you? What will keep you running a business, even though it's losing money, for 6 years? In our own situation, for 5 years. What will keep you trying again in your startup, even though it has failed for straight 8 years? Do you know the level of motivation you must have? The motivation must not be from this world. So I want to tell you the mindset of, or the motivation of someone who does not have vision and someone who does. For someone who does not have vision, when he thinks of his past, it's a regret. When they think of their present, it's confusion and depression. Exchange rate. I mean, I was there, so I can explain it. I blamed everything on my failure on exchange rate. I blamed Buhari too. There was nobody I didn't blame. There was a time I was blamed. There was a particular Lagos State governor that came into the market that time and shut down everything, And but God forgive you. But you know what I'm saying? You look at the whole situation around you in the whole world, wars and rumors of war, you feel depressed. No wonder the cases of mental health is super on the rise. And for their future, they are anxious. Say, I have anxiety. No vision. Anxiety for the future, confusion for the present, regrets about their past. But let's look at a man or woman of vision. You know what they feel about their past? Redemption. I failed. Now only me don't fail before. You too fail. Redemption. They don't have any, who is on the ground, no, they fear nothing. For their present, they are so confident. Confident about what? Confident about what they see that you can't see. And you know what they feel about their future? They feel assured. Assurance is sure. So I really wonder how you want to build something in this world where it's full of chaos and challenge without vision. There has to be something that gives you hope for tomorrow, hope for a better tomorrow. So that's one of the key things about vision. So you wonder why I've been motivated since 2010. The answer is simple. I see the future. I know my vision. My vision is clear: to raise a new generation of leaders for Africa that will change all aspects of culture. And I'm calling my personal vision now. I can't stop. You give me $2 billion, I won't stop. I will lose $2 billion, I won't stop. Because it's clear. There is something that is pushing me that is beyond what you can see and what you can hear. So we have to get to a point where what is motivating you is bigger. You are not in competition with the next person. That is the definition of earthly success and earthly vision. You're in competition with yourself. What God said about you, what you saw about yourself, and where you are in relation to where you're going to. Vision chooses your company. This one is so fundamental. It chooses your friends. Look at this story of Mary and Elizabeth. I'm sure we all know the story, Mary saw a vision in the sense like an angel appeared to her and told her, oh, this is the baby you're carrying. And, mentioned even a friend's name that happens to be a cousin. Guess what happened? Mary went to look for Elizabeth. When Elizabeth heard her voice, what happened? The baby leaped. You should only be friends with people that make your baby leap. Only be friends with people that make your baby leap. You are carrying something. There is a vision you're birthing to the world. You can't be carrying a baby and be friends with somebody trying to play rough life football. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So when you understand what you're carrying, you can't thrive with it. In fact, so many of you that have come here to listen, when you are done, when you go back, you look at your friends. What you ask them is, do you make my baby leap? Do you make my baby leap? I am pregnant for something that I will deliver to the world through my job, through my business, through my skill, through my talent. Do you make my baby leap? There is one of my friends, happens to be a pastor as well in CCI. I was in 200 level, and he came with his partner to me and told me that, look, Dixon, I've seen the way you're doing this business. I want to invest. I said, how did you know about it? He said, your business is going far. I want to invest. And he invested. We became friends. We became vision friends. Me, I went to somebody else's room. I heard that one of my classmates built a toy aeroplane and he flew. I ran to his room. Because as at that age, I knew that I could see far. And I had to be with people that will see far. It will surprise you to know that the two people that invested in me in 200 level, one of them is a co-founder now in Fincra. The other one is the CFO in Cora. They carried something. They came to me. Their baby leaped. The other one I built aeroplane happens to be the CEO of Picky Vest. He has been my vision partner, my vision friend since 2009. It's not by mistake. We didn't get here by mistake. You cannot be friends with anybody and expect that the baby you are carrying will be birthed. If you are not influencing your friend is influencing you. And even if you think you are the one influencing them, either ways, your company would always influence you. So we must be very selective of the kind of people that we carry along in our journey. Number 4, intentionality in everything. We have to be intentional. We have to be really intentional. In fact, it gets so bad that we have to be intentional about the kind of books we read, even the kind of sports you play. I love basketball. I play a lot of basketball. Till one day, my friend's dad invited me to come. Let's go to Ikoyi Club. And then we went to the golf course. To me, golf has always been a game for lazy, old, pot-bellied men. Zero interest. Then we went on the course. On my team on the course was another guy that owned a golf course. I was like, okay, somebody's here. Okay. We went around. Next week, Friday, they invited me again. I came to just join them to play golf. Guess who I saw? The MD of one bank, the MD of another bank, the MD. Since that day, I've become a professional golfer. My money is in their pocket. How did basketball help me achieve my vision? Sorry, LeBron James and Michael Jordan. How did playing the sport help me achieve my vision? Apparently, the founders of my vision happen to be pot-bellied, old, tired men. Yes, I take my cross. In fact, one of my friends cracked a joke that you want to be in the level of 1,000, play football. You want to be in the table of millions, you play basketball. You want to be in the billion, you play golf. Please, a word is enough for the wise. Choose wisely. Some of us are so good with fiction books. We read the whole Harry Potter novel. Please, how does that help me achieve my vision? I mean, except your vision is to become a novelist, and yes, 100%. If it doesn't help you, just switch to self-help books. So Think and Grow Rich, Success Tree, Positive Mental Attitude, Atomic Habits. Don't waste your time. You switch immediately. So when you have vision, you will be very intentional. Trust me. You'll be very, even when you want to play any small thing, you look around. Am I helpers here? No, come on. No. You'll be very intentional about what you do. And lastly, humility. When you have a true vision, you will always understand that a true vision is never about you. It can never be about you. In fact, the test of a true vision is when it's about others. If it's about you, it's not a true vision. So when you understand that the whole purpose of the success, in quote, earthly success that God has given you is actually for other people, automatically there's a way you will think that will be different, especially if you pass through that process. In that process, I started greeting security man, sir, with my Honda in that process. That's why, let me put back that slide up, right? Here's the slide. See, I want to warn you. It's bad to be where God is not. It is catastrophic to go before God. It is bad to be where God is not. Maybe his presence, that the residue of the one that left might still be there. He will save you. You see, when you jump this process and you jump your time and you launch out, it's going to be catastrophic for you. That's when you see character flaws. You see when you hear money misroad, that's what it is. You will be a massive science brain without a thought of humanity. Wealth without purpose. Wisdom, but yet foolish. So it's very important. It's very important. This is your place of character building, the place of humility. And it's very important. I pray one prayer every day. Lord, please, don't release me until you finish cooking me. It's a very important prayer to pray. Don't release me until you finish cooking me. So, yes, this is slide, humility. Now, we'll be speaking about how do I receive and pursue a vision? I think this is the most important part of this whole session. How do I receive and pursue a vision? I want to read the Bible verse. Number one point here says, you must be inspired. You must be inspired. You must be inspired. That is such a deep word. And I hope I do justice to breaking down the word being inspired. Revelations 1:10-11 says, on the Lord's day, I was in the Spirit. I was in the Spirit, and I heard behind me a loud voice like a trumpet, which said, write on a scroll what you see. Now you see why it's important that immediately after you see, you first write, before you even believe. Immediately after you see, you first write. Oftentimes, we don't understand what it means to be in the Spirit. So when you hear somebody say, I have an inspiration, all they are simply saying is, I got this thought from a point of being in the Spirit. So let me break it down to you. This is Dixon, the body. This is Dixon, the mind. And this is Dixon, the spirit. Dixon, the body, is not the true Dixon. The body is just an expression of the true Dixon. So, sorry to those that fall in love with height, beauty, what they wear, how they smell. You're only walking by sight. That is not the true Dixon. Then we go to Dixon, the mind. The mind is the point of logic. The mind is where he thinks from. Let me ask you, where do you think your heart is? Here? Wrong. This place just pumps blood. The heart is here. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. Out of the abundance of the mind, the heart speaketh. For the heart of man is desperately wicked. The heart is not doing anything. For the mind of man is desperately wicked. So, you are a spirit with a mind in a body. It's very important to know. So when you fall in love with somebody, ensure you have explored the way they think, because that is the true them. Now, the eyes of the body is for sight. The eyes of the mind is for reason and intelligence, but the eyes of the spirit is for visions. So what you see happening today is that after the fall of Adam, we can only see from the sight of the mind, which is reason. You believe your way is better. You believe, in fact, you believe that anything you do is the best. You don't even check to understand how God sees what you are saying. But after Jesus came, of course, is to build us back into the level where our minds can be opened to be able to see just as the mind or just as the spirit sees. So we hear the song and the psalmist saying, "Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Open the eyes of my heart. I want to see you." When you hear that song next time, sing it with understanding. It's open the eyes of my mind. Take my mind up to a level where my mind sees what the spirit sees. Because in the spirit, that's God's level of communication. Look at the first Adam before he fell. His eyes of his mind was so open that him and God, they converse one-on-one. They talk one-on-one like this. So you have to get to that level. Now the question is, how do we get there? Of course, by fasting. So when we talk about fasting, oftentimes people just take it as food. No. Let's not forget that this life you are in is a battle of the war of the mind. The battle we are in is the war of the mind. It's not the battle of your body or your mind. It's a battle of the war of the mind. The spirit is fighting for your mind, and the flesh is fighting for your mind. Whoever you give preference to takes over your life. So when you really want to be inspired, you want to open the eyes of your mind, the first thing you do is to fast. You shut down every single noise of the flesh. What you see, what you taste, what you hear, what you do. So fasting, to some of us, is just food. To some of you, is to go off social media. Too much distractions. So many things dragging you up left, right, and center. And then secondly, is by praying. Now, I know everybody believes it's just by praying, but there are two aspects of prayer. There's the spoken word of prayer, and then there's the listening part of prayer. When it comes to vision, it's very great. That's why you can see a lot of Christians that know how to pray, but are very poor. Because they only understand prayer as a way they talk to God. But they don't understand that He made us in His image and likeness. So if you like somebody to listen to you, God also wants you to listen to Him. So we go into prayer and we just pray, and finish and drop our mic and go. Drop it and go. We oftentimes forget that we should meditate. Meditation is the art of listening to God. I want to define meditation as not being silent. Some of us pray and then we're silent. But that's not meditation. Meditation is the total absence of noise with presence of focus on what God is saying. I define meditation as the total absence of noise with the total presence, mental focus on what God is saying. So next time, if you want to be inspired, you shut down every single thing. You uplift yourself with prayer, but it's very important when you pray for 10 minutes, wait and listen to God for 30 minutes. Wait and ponder. That's why I told you, when God has given a word that said, out of your belly shall flow springs of living water, what are you doing? You just pray, Lord, Lord, Lord. You have not sat down once in your heart. Shut down all the noise. Imagine a spring that is dishing out. You're opening churches. You're feeding 10,000 out of your belly. That's where we miss it. Because in the art of meditation is where the belief system is formed. That's where the conviction happens. So as we pray, it's very important to understand that there are two levels of prayer. There's the speaking to God, there's the listening to God. That's the first way. Number two is to write. We must ensure that we write our vision. We have to write our vision. It's very important. Number three is to crystallize our vision. And crystallizing our vision simply has just touched more on what I spoke about. You have a vision. You're working somewhere. You think you want to be the MD of this place. You want to do that. Crystallize it by writing things and thinking of things you will do when you become that. It is something one of our mentors always say, we will know the man from the boy. So you have to start now to crystallize. If you've written 100 pages of things that you want to achieve, things that you want to do, you have to spend time crystallizing it. That's where you would believe what you have written. Number four is make a plan. So we've spoken about visions and missions. A plan is simply a map of how you get from point A to point B. Many of us, when we were coming to Canada, they told you, oh, we'll go to Canada next month. You've planned your trip, you booked your flight. See, some of us that are so organized that you have a full plan of how you are going to land Canada, get the job, get the dream house, get everything. But sadly, a lot of us don't have a plan for our life. Sadly, we don't know that the day we were born, the journey began. To a destination. To a point where you die. Zero plan. No plan for your life. When last did you sit down and take a pen and paper and say, here are the things I want out of this life? Meaningful things, and of course, it's important to write some material things. Where is the paper or the biro that you've used to write, here are all the things I want out of life? Because when you don't know what you want out of life, everywhere looks like it. There's something called the law of attraction. If you're coming out of your house and you're wearing a red shirt, and I say, nice red shirt, you know what happens? It registers in your head. So when you go out, you'll be noticing all the people wearing red shirts. Right? If your dad has a particular kind of car, just know, when you enter his car and you're going out, you are counting all the cars that are like his car. Right? The law of attraction. When you have a plan, you've brought the law of attraction close to you. Even if you do not know how it will happen, it's important to write the plan. Write the plan. I'm doing this job. I will do this job for 3 years. When I'm done, I will enter Facebook. I will learn how it does this and do this in Facebook. After that, I will raise money and start my own. Write it. Because when you write it, it registers in your mind. When opportunities come through, your mind grabs it. But if it was never written, the opportunity will come and pass. You can't see it. That's why people of vision are defined as vision. They see things. So when you look at an unpaid internship and a $2,000 job, it's clear. Inside that unpaid internship, I am seeing companies of 20 countries. I could only see it because I wrote the plan. It is very important for us to be able to write our plans down. Talk about it. Like we said, it's very important to talk about your vision. But you just don't talk about it randomly. You talk about it from a standpoint of the understanding of why that vision was given to you. Then, of course, this is where the problem starts. Starts very small. Any vision that starts big is a false vision. You want to start your startup with $1 million, false. You want to launch your school and you want to start, I'm just holding on because I've not gotten the location, I've not gotten the perfect square, analysis paralysis. So you must start small. My story, after God delivered us from the spirit of failing in 2018, we started afresh with 2 people. From 2 people in 2018, 2019, we grew to 11 people. We were using somebody's house. Someone's house. From 11 people in 2018, 2020, we grew to 16 people. From 16 people 2020 to 2021, we grew to 23 people. 21 in 2020, 23 in 2021 to 64 in 2022. 120 in 2023. By the end of 2024, my group employs over 600 people. 600 across 15 countries. But some people will be there analyzing, I don't have the location. I don't have the right funding. I don't have this. There is the reason God has given you 1 talent. Because 5 will kill you. Then there's a reason he gave you 5. Because you can manage it. Start from your 1. Make it 1.1. You don't have access. God said you should be a school teacher or to impact children, for instance, children ministry. And like I said, you're in cybersecurity. It's easy. Ask your department in the company, where is their CSR? What do they have to do with children? If they don't have, start it. When I was in the UN, I started the blockchain community inside there. The fintech side, because I was exposed to a project of international remittance. It was a small thing. My job is totally different to process engineering. But I know what I saw. So we do what? We started small. It was just me and one other guy in they'll call it the blockchain experimental sandbox. But it's something. From that small something was where the company that hired me from the UN saw me. And they were like, this guy was doing this in the UN. Let's hire him. You have a child gospel for children ministry. If you are doing cybersecurity, change your job and go to work for a company that is doing it for children. Cybersecurity is only protecting internet now. So the company that is serving children will need internet protection. Right? So you must start from where you are and what you have. Don't overanalyze it. It's very important to understand that this guy can sing more than you. He was designed for a purpose. He was born into a wealthy family and you were not. He was designed for a purpose. You have 1 talent. Start from that, your 1 talent. God doesn't even care. You see, the definition of success has nothing to do with how many talents you have, but it has everything to do with what you've made out of the few talents that you've had. So you start where you are. There is one part of vision that people often forget, and it's called revision. God has updates. Don't be running on the old OS. Let me come again. God has updates. Don't be running on the old OS. So he told you this. Fine. I saw this. I was dreaming I had this. In my spirit, after one of my mountain climbing, I heard this. Fine. God speaks part-time. Part-time. Go and ask the people selling Peugeot spare parts in Nigeria. There's no more Peugeot again. You must sell Toyota. God speaks part-time. So there is God's plan for you part-time. So if God told you something, it might shock you that on the list you wrote, he's starting from the bottom. And he's showing you and walking you through the process of achieving it, just to bring you to the first thing you wrote at the end. But how do you navigate it? And that's why we must constantly revise our vision, revision. So you write it down. You must have a quarterly time or yearly time where you go back and say, what? One time, I think one of the PB was with me in my house, and I brought out visions that I had been writing since 2010. Revised every year with updates. Updates. Because as you are moving, God is also moving now. As maybe you don't even know that the vision was for this guy. He didn't answer it. What will happen? God has passed it to the next most available person. And you might be the next most available person to take on that responsibility. But because you are stuck on the old one that you have, on the old thing, so you have to constantly check and revise what you have seen or what you believe in that God is calling you to do. Finally, what is your vision? I want to talk to you today about God's plan for this end time. It's very important that we understand his plan. His plan is to make a jest of the world using us. His plan, let me tell you how you know God's plan. If he has the word dominate, the word dominate comes out of a root word called mastery, leadership. God is calling us to be masters, to be leaders, to attain mastery, expertise. That's God's plan for this end time. And he's calling us to do it where? In the world. Let me define what the world is. I'm sure many of you think about the world as, planet Earth. No, planet Earth is not the world. Earth is a location. Earth is a location. The world is the systems that operate this location. So when we talk about the world, we're talking about government, fashion, trade, music, entertainment, technology, banking, finance, agriculture, medicine. That's the world. What institutions control the world? So, for many of you who might not know God's plan, here it is, straight before you, so you'll be held accountable. I've told you. The church will dominate the systems of the world. And your purpose is to play X role in Y industry. Most of the times, industries that you're angry about. Moses was very angry about the way Israelites were treated, so he killed one of them. David, very angry. Why would they this infidel insult the people of God? Kill Goliath. So there will be one burning passion that you're angry about. And that industry, please find how it enables you. The pastors and the prophets of this era will not more be the ones that wear, my kind of white clothes. You'll be captains of industries. You'll be captains of industries, people that will go into culture and shape it in the way God wants it to be. So that's very important for us. And our vision will be the full expression of that purpose. So some of us might be called into the tech industry, some might be called into agriculture. The goal is to ensure that we go in there and dominate with ethical business practices that justify that this is who we stand for. Bringing back some of our fruits back into the house. It's very important. How does this relate to you? You're doing a job. You will notice there are two different people. One is going to the job. Every morning they are tired to wake up in the morning. One is going to a job. Every morning they are excited to go to work. One is employed and one is deployed. The difference is being in a job with a vision. The other one is being in a job without a vision. You become deployed, no more employed. The second, you be in a job with a vision. Your bosses are not employing you. You are not here for the salary. You are here because this job sets me on a platform to do the next thing that enables me to do the next thing that God has for me. That's a totally different mindset. Totally different mindset. There's a lady that was cleaning the toilet in the NASA office when JFK came in there. And he saw her singing, whistling, cleaning the toilet. And they asked her, why are you happy cleaning this toilet? You know what she said? Sir, I'm cleaning the toilet to maintain the hygiene of the first man that will go on the moon. So no place is too small. Intern, senior manager, CEO. We must figure out the purpose of our life and how it fits into the job we do. So that way we don't go to work for paycheck. We go to work to equip ourselves for the vision that God has sent us to do. So as we round up today, there's only one prayer that I pray for you. And I ask you, as you go back and you ponder, you say, God, please open the eyes of my heart, which is the eyes of your mind. I hope that after hearing these kind words, we will make a meaning of the jobs we do. We will connect where we are today to where God wants us to be tomorrow. And I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dixon and Sopho. That was such. At some point, I said, when did you add pastor to your repertoire? I need to be updated. Yesterday's OS is not today's OS. The big question I want to ask you today, are you my destiny helper? Are you in this room? And I want you to look around and ask your friends, is my destiny helper where? In this room. Dixon, you dropped so many nuggets. There were so many things to take away from this. Just looking at how you itemized everything. Thank you for your transparency and sharing your story with us. It's not easy not to be profitable. It's more that maybe you're unemployed 6 months, you're already looking at bills. Talk less of now being in a place where you're losing money. It only takes people who are fired up. It only takes people who know that God has sent them on a journey and they have an agenda clearly from heaven to do the kind of things you have done. Thank you for taking our time out of your busy schedule to come and be part of us today. Please, a round of applause for him. We'll be getting into the QA with PB and Dixon and Sopho. And first, before we get into it, I just want to crave your indulgence. I know that we have gone above time. I've seen the room as continuously depleted over time because, yes, we've been here all day, but we are just right here at the Q&A. I have some of the questions here, and we still have the Slido link up. So if you want to ask questions, this is a great time to add those questions to what we have, and you can constantly upvote questions so we can see questions that relate and resonate with everyone the most, so we can ask those questions. Was that session impactful? Was it? It was so deep that everybody is quiet, just taking things, chopping things down so you can take things away. Yeah, he said a lot of things that I was just writing down, and I'm like, wow, who would have thought, who would have known? Okay, so the Slido link is up, so please, if you have questions, if you like any question, if it resonates with you, please give a thumbs up so it can be upvoted and we can get to those questions fast. We won't be able to go through all the questions because of how much time we have taken today. At this point, I want to welcome back to the stage 3 of our best moderators today, 3 people who have come to share a lot with us today. A round of applause for Tolu Michaels, Pastor Bright, and Dixon and Sopho as they come to. The man of God is always looking out for me. He says, where's your chair? Yes, I have my own chair over here. So please, if you have questions that have not been answered during today's session, please let us just upvote them. Please, if we can get 2 more microphones, I would love that. Please, if we can get more microphones. And once you ask questions, if you can upvote those questions so that we can get to them fast. The first one is finding a mentor. Mentor. Who wants to take that question? Dixon.
Okay, so what I would say might constitute a bit of nuisance, but that's how I found most of my mentors.
Say it.
So I just bombarded them. How do I mean? Also, by the way, I want to also define mentors in two classes. It's very important to understand there are living mentors and there are dead mentors. The dead ones are easily accessible, more than the living ones. And they are more accessible because of the repertoire of data that they have provided to us. It would shock you that I have probably consumed more of, say, a Miles Monroe teaching than any preacher alive. And there's just this thing about when someone is dead, it just has more value, you know? So I'm not saying you should focus only on that, but I'm saying that they are easily accessible, so you can consume a ton of that. Secondly is when they are alive, because you still need, again, like life is changing, things are moving rapidly, you want to be at the top of it. So I just, write a very touching, very short, because I know they're busy, communication. I look for people that know them. A ton of them have used referrals, and a ton of them I just went straight. And I went straight and I start with like, this is who I am, I'm not going to waste your time, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to do. I just only need you to just give me 2 minutes of your time. I end up taking 1 hour. So I think those are strategies that you can do, and yeah. I don't know if you want to add.
That was fantastic.
To add to that, if you're looking for a mentor, sometimes before you even talk about approaching who it is you want to be a mentor, finding the right person to mentor you is a stumbling block for some people. What I would say is this, to what Dixon was saying about having a vision, what God does sometimes is bring you into contact, into proximity with people who have done what it is you think you should be doing with your life. And so the point is to have those mental pictures or to see in seed form, as it were, what God can do through you, those possibilities. And so when you can identify such people, those are likely candidates for mentorship in your life. It doesn't have to be somebody who is old. Sometimes you see some people as role models. We do not necessarily have access to them as mentors. They are role models. But if there are people within your immediate sphere of influence that you can talk to, that can hold you by the hand, those are the ones you should be talking to. It doesn't have to be somebody that is older than you. It could be a peer. Like I said when I was speaking earlier, the fact that you went to school together doesn't necessarily mean that the person can't be a mentor. I do music. I have a music mentor, a peer mentor that I bug all the time. How do you do this? How do you do that? Because I've seen how meticulous he has been in his own right, in putting out his own music and doing all that too. So that's something else we need to remember when it comes to finding a mentor.
Thank you so much. Finding a mentor is one of the things a lot of people try to do, and many times you also have to provide value when you are bombarding your mentor. I don't just want to come and take some of PB's time or Pastor Lou's time or Dixon's time if there's at least not something I'm trying to offer in return. So there's enough of, like some people see mentorship as feeding. Mentor me, that means feed me. I'm not trying to work for myself. So you have to show the attitude to let them know what you're about, and hopefully you can buy into their vision as well. The next question I'll be asking, I'd like Pastor Lou to start with this question. If you have multiple interests and things you're good at, how do you determine what to focus on?
That's a good question. One way to look at it is all the things that you're good at, think about them like a bunch of keys. When you get to your house, you need to open the front door first. You don't use all the keys at the same time. It doesn't mean you don't need them. It just means that you have to use them one after the other. So when you look at your skill set like that, it gives you clarity for your next stage. So Dixon had, in his presentation, talked about the difference between vision and mission, right? So vision is the big picture, where you're going, the legacy you want to leave, what you want to do with your life, and mission are the accomplishments along the way. So for the next accomplishment, what is the key that would open that door? Which of your skill sets will give you maximum results for where you are right now? And now, most of the time, it's actually a combination. So, for example, if you're somebody who has analytical skills and you're also creative, you might be thinking that they don't apply, at the same time, or you have to use one before the other. But you'll be surprised that maybe the reason why they would prefer to hire you is because beyond your analytical skills, you actually understand how to communicate creatively. You understand how to turn data into storytelling. So look for overlaps. How can I combine my skill set to create a zone of genius that differentiates me in a way that I do this, I do that, I also do that, and I can use them together. It makes you more valuable, and then it also makes you more distinct. So it's either you're starting with the one that unlocks the first door, or you're finding a way to combine them. It doesn't mean that you discard the others. You can, volunteer with them. You can keep them for later. You don't have to monetize all your skills and hobbies on day one.
Thank you so much. I like your multi-pronged approach. Does anybody want to add to that? She sounded very exhaustive. Okay, 2 more questions to go. We've already spoken about mentorship. How to build your self-esteem to be able to speak up, especially knowing that hard work alone is not going to make you succeed. I think Dixon should start with that one. How do you speak up? How do you let people know what you're about? Because just working hard might not be enough.
So we need to take the question from another standpoint, in the sense as the reason, most people don't want to speak up is because of fear. A lot of times it's fear of unknown. Some could be hidden in some kind of personal traits that could be feeling like you're not good enough or you haven't prepared enough. So for me, in situations like that, I always just think of the worst situation and embrace it, right? So what's the worst that can happen if I'm going to talk to this person? They'll say no. It's fine. We have to have a mindset that, so there's something called anti-fragility. Anti-fragility just simply means when the rate of randomness or the rate of chaos gets worse, you get even better. We have to really have a mentality that is anti-fragile, such that the more no's you get and the more bad situations that come out, we even get better at our pitch, we get better at how we ask, we get better at what we do. So how I would treat a question like that is, this is one shot, it's a big interview, I don't know how to speak up, I'll pray, I'll say whatever I'll say. However, I know it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. I can fail this battle, but I haven't lost the war. So I always embrace the end of what the worst can happen and constantly work my mind to constantly just get better with the worst. So, there was a time, just not to take too much time, there was a time when I was looking for the job. My friends one of my friends came to me to show me this job on IFC in 2018, and they wanted to apply. He made an application to IFC and an application to AFDB. And I looked at him and I was like, nah, that's not how to make an application. I made 30 applications every day for 1 month. 30 every day for 1 month. I had 10 CVs. All I needed was 1 yes out of 900. So that's the way to think about it. 900 can tell me no. And the only 1 yes I got was even an unpaid internship. So, so there's a way to think in your head that is super anti-fragile, always staying comfortable with the chaos of what the worst can be and not be scared about it. Embrace it and be ready for the next shot. And that's what I think.
Thank you so much. Does anybody want to add to that?
Okay, I will. Yeah. In many situations, you actually don't need confidence. So you might be afraid, you might be unsure, but it doesn't matter. It's not written on your face. You just do the thing. And what you need in that case is courage. It sounds alike, but slightly different. Courage is just taking the action, daring to move. Many people you call confident, they didn't start out that way. It came along the way. So maybe you don't feel confident to have the conversation, but are you courageous enough to send an email to ask for the conversation? So take the first step and let your feelings catch up. That's one way to solve that.
I like the way you answered that question. One of my mentors told me, Benga, raise your hand. When they call you, what to say will come because you don't want to embarrass yourself. So rather than waiting for the confidence, throw yourself out there. It's a sink or swim. Throw yourself out there. You might just actually walk on water. So don't just wait for that confidence. I know confidence is a big thing, but then preparation beats confidence. Courage beats preparation. Once you're courageous enough, once you're prepared, you know what to say, you recognize opportunities, and at least the worst case you can hear, the worst thing you can hear in this world is no. Awesome. So to the final question. Good day, Pastor. God bless you. Very respectful members of CCI. After prioritizing, how can you balance consistency in building side hustles or other skills with life? I struggle a lot with that. So after prioritization, how do you balance, your side hustles and other things?
How much time do we have? Here's the thing. This is one thing that I really struggled with when I first came to, when we started Celebration Church in Toronto. At this time, I had finished my master's. I was working a comfortable job. Just got married to my wife. We're living our best lives. We're still living our best lives now. It's not like it's changed, but it was fun. But then the responsibilities started to pile up. I had a nudge to take my music ministry a lot more seriously. And then the church came. Some of you don't know, let me just say this. It was a time we had service. The actual second service we had at Celebration Church, Toronto, I passed out while preaching from exhaustion, right? Some of you who were there probably remember. And so it's that question of all these things that you're doing. How do you prioritize? How do you not drop the ball here and there? You must understand that, there's this philosophy that people have. Oh, we have 24 hours in a day. I don't have time. It is true that time is a precious resource. But it is possible for you to have more than 24 hours in a day. It's absolutely possible for you while others are having 24 hours, it's possible for you to have 40 hours in a day. And it's a simple answer of delegation, a simple practice of delegation, understanding time management. So we talked about Warren Buffett's example where he said to focus on the things that are priority in your life. If you were to go by Dixon's analogy, there's a vision, there's where you're going to. And isn't it interesting that some of the things that he spoke about today is sort of aligned with what I had spoken of earlier? We talked about aligning your vision to where you want to go. So it informs the various aspects that you're going to be focusing on in your life. Now, you prioritize those ones. If I use myself as an example, I love football. I can play football forever. But there came a point in my life where I'm like, you know what? My schedule would not allow me to play as often as I want. So I'll probably shelve that for a while. And so that way, just look into your life. What are the priorities? Those things that are not necessarily, up front and center in your life. Okay, how can I get them done? Do I need to pay someone to do it? Sometimes I think it's just a part of the culture. We think we shouldn't pay people for little services. This time I was talking to my wife and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I can iron my clothes anymore. Like, I don't have time. She's like, what do you mean? You want to go and give some money to somebody outside? Create time to iron it. Wake up early. I'm like, that's not... she gets it now, but sometimes those things that would eat into your time... Do you know how long it takes to iron a shirt with spray starch? One shirt can take you 20 minutes. 20. So I want to iron for the week. How many shirts? 5 shirts. 20 times 5. That's almost 2 hours. Do you understand? So I cannot spend the valuable time that I have to do all that. I need to find a way to, Delegate those other things, especially because I know there are people that can do it, maybe even better than I can. And all I just need to do is to pay them a little bit. And they'll get it done. And so I can then focus on what is my actual priority. Cut off all the time wasters. Listen, if we look at your social media, we can probably tell how much time that goes into that thing. Oh, I kid you not. I started doing something this year. I said I was going to do this downtime on my phone. And so I woke up one morning, and I was going about my normal day, and I was just scrolling. It wasn't even 9 a.m., and the time went off. For the day. It went off. Just in the morning. At that point, I realized, okay, I have a problem. I have a big problem on my hands. And it's things like that. Let me wrap up with this. A lot of us will be capable of doing more if we only sorted out this time management thing. Think of it this way. I think about how much our brains can do in terms of cars. Now, we say, oh, Ferrari can go up to 200 kilometers per hour, right? Or even more. But then the roads have limited capacity. They tell you can only drive at 120. If you can only drive at 120, why do they make cars that can go to 200? In the same way, if you think, oh, all I can do is 120, you're limiting yourself. There's a whole lot more you can do. All you have to do is just find a way to reorganize your life. Figure out what is priority. Remove the rest. I can assure you you'll be okay. I did something 2 years ago. 2 Decembers ago, I used to play FIFA a lot. I would do videos. FIFA videos. Back-to-back weekends. You don't understand. Like, my wife would be like, let's go to bed. Like, no, one more game. And one more game goes from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. And guess what? Sometimes I have to go to work the next day. And then coffee, Red Bull, and all of that. I figured this thing is not, like he said, it's not adding to my destiny. I'm only making Sony rich. And so what did I do? I gave it out. I might buy another one, but I gave it out. I gave it out then. So my point is, at the end of the day, if you continue this way and you say, oh, I don't have time, and you eventually do not maximize the talents God has given you, and you don't fulfill his purpose for your life, the lack of time would not be an excuse. Because everybody else who had the same 24 hours you have, they did it. Do you understand? Let me stop there before we do second service.
Thank you so much. Does anybody want to add to that? It took me working full-time, going for an executive MBA full-time, hosting events on the side to realize that I don't need to watch that game. I don't need to play that FIFA. You know what? The scores will not change if I watch it or not. And I don't need the highlights. All I need to see is who scored, when did they score, who assisted. Check my FPL. We did good this weekend. And then I move. I started realizing that many things that I thought were important were not as important. And honestly, delegating is one of the easiest ways to actually free up your time so you can focus and do more. One bonus question, and it is for you, PB. People have been asking for sessions they missed during the master classes. Is it possible that there's a recap video or they get access to some of the sessions so they can watch it
I think
later?
that the master classes were all recorded, I
Okay.
believe. So at some point, we'll have them uploaded on our YouTube page for everyone's access.
Thank you so much. Personally, for me, on this panel, I can see my destiny helpers. So I'm about to get deployed. So I'm going to go and get instructions for deployment from them. Please, a round of applause for them as they go back to their seats. Thank you so much, everybody.
For them again as they make it to their seats. Thank you, everyone, for today. Thank you for staying with us, sticking with us to the very end. We are at the end of Algorithm 2025. And I just wanted to, come on, yes, let's clap, let's make some noise. I was going to say glory, but thank you, everyone. And to just close our time together, I just want you to take a moment to do a quick reflection. We've been talking about the concept of algorithm. We've talked about the power of vision. You've learned so much in all the different master classes you were a part of, the industry discussion, everything culminating together into one big experience. And you get to leave this room, taking that experience with you, leveraging it in your career, in your businesses. But remember, you are not on a solo journey. The relationships you've built here today, the sessions you've attended today, everything is doing something, fixing itself and bringing itself together into a bigger piece that is your career journey and that is your business journey. So I want to encourage you to keep nurturing those connections. Don't forget everything that you've learned. Keep applying it in your lives, and indeed, you will see the profit of it all. So on behalf of Celebration Church International, on behalf of our resident pastor and our lead pastor, Apostle Emmanuel Aaron, I want to say a big thank you to each and every one of you. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. And I also want to say a big thank you to all of our speakers, everyone that has traveled far and wide to be here today. Your enthusiasm, your engagement has made this session indeed worthwhile. So thank you once again, and we'll see you at Algorithm 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So finally, we come to the end. You can take pictures, connect with other people if you haven't. And we want to thank you for spending your Saturday with us. It is rare. It's a rare privilege. We want to appreciate everyone. And to our internet audience, thank you for sticking with us from the beginning to the end. A round of applause for the internet audience. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully you can be here in person next year. Happy Saturday, and see you in church tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
The videos will be available on YouTube, so go to Celebration Church Canada, Celebration Church Canada, or you can follow us on Instagram at CCI_Canada for more ways to connect with us and to find the information.